No. Sure. Ay, no, me quiero ir. No, por favor, no, please.
2 seconds behind so you can see what you're doing before.
Wait, try to, let's see. I want to see where the sound comes from. I think it's this.
Hola.
Wait, because it has try to put in a piece. Let's see. I want to see where the sound comes from. I think it's this.
Sí, hola.
Vamos ahí entonces ese.
Para. No tengo nada. Para. Para, Charlie. Sí, dicen verdad.
So let's bring 2 more chairs here so that you can see we have 1 and 1.
Okay.
And you can come. Proposition over there, opposition on this side.
Okay.
Someone's sitting here.
No, nobody's sitting there.
No. Para. Can I move this?
Yeah, sure.
No voy.
It looks pretty accurate.
Oh, yes. La llevo.
¿Eso se supone que es el micrófono?
Sí.
Hablaba como si fueras un... Oh, sorry. Say something to the microphone.
Like,
yeah.
towards it. Like what?
Yeah, like if you were, yeah.
Tut. Sí, es lo probamos.
I was watching.
Maybe from further I should try? Or from here? Test. What's the way to say it? Test 1 2, test 1 2.
Está mirando en vivo.
There you go. I'm sorry, I have a question. So, are we gonna speak here from our place? But I have a place for my notes.
Well, you're in the final, so you are presenting right now, right?
Yeah, come on. But we need a patio.
You have some cards, right?
Yeah, but they're not in order like that, so I need to have them all spread out.
Yeah, me too.
No. This is not the same as it has been.
Close to the table. Stay close to the table.
Yeah, but if I speak from here, they're not gonna hear me. I have to keep looking like that.
I'm first speaker.
Ah, no, la idea es que grabemos en medio.
Ya.
Igual falta, pues. ¿Esto ustedes? Vamos a ver esto.
Siempre me vas a hacer la foto.
Tengo la mejor opción posible.
Thank you. It's okay.
Here's my folder. Maybe. No.
Ah, se ve. Terrible. Ahí la saca. And freedom of and my Sí, me siento vista. No tiene palito. ¿Por qué dirá? ¿Por qué te Bueno, aquí a ver si puede. Tipo. Ah, no, vamos a ver cómo estamos.
That's what
Bueno, para dame dos. Ya rellena una. Che, me quedé sin tarjeta. Acá,
Una buena idea, así que.
sí.
You don't get the results straight away.
Las...
Oh no. What about feedback? Do you get feedback straight away or also or it's no feedback?
No sé porque, I mean, the three friends are at the same time, so
How do we
it's going to be
start?
one next to the other, so the judges will be the same. So probably you can get some feedback later, but
I have to ask personally.
yeah, I mean, yeah, but the thing is that the same judges, the same final is going to be all final.
It's torture.
Okay.
Well, I mean, debate is torture in some manner. So.
Unless you win.
Después de acá, la miel de...
¿Qué es H? ¿Cómo se dice?
It's one of each video.
Yeah, because we have different judges. How many pages do you have? 5?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's the thing.
Ahora me ataca nervioso.
5. Really 5.
Where's fire?
Aquí, show y demás. ¿Qué crees? No, no, no. Eran 3 y Male y abajo. Esto al final lo... no están los 345. Sí,
To share their story and that wouldn't be covered by resources. It doesn't history. We are proud. So we have lives or happened. I just know what I submitted to
Okay, before we start, can I take a picture of all these together?
How are you sure?
Wait.
No. Voy a descansar.
I'm so sorry, can you tell me the name of the
How did you reach college? You want me to repeat it?
No, I know. Can you tell me the name of your school? The name of your school?
At least. Colegio para todos.
We did a best in the school. But we didn't write the school.
In the paper, we didn't write.
Opposition. Proposition. Opposition to politics.
If the motion has a clarifier, I have to tell her to tell them.
Yes.
Well, I don't. I'm not repeating. Sorry, I don't know about it. The motion. Lo tengo yo en mi mamá. Adentro
This also
tenía,
works.
o sea,
Replies.
In citizen journalism.
¿Quieren que le haga yo de share?
No.
Okay, so welcome everyone to the Acre Camp Cup 2024 Grand Final. So a big round of applause for the finalists. So for the proposition, we have Holy Trinity College. We have Ines as a first speaker, Candelaria and Charlotte as a third speaker. So let's welcome them. For the opposition, we have Colegio Patris con Edis, Ana y Rocco. Tenemos un panel de 5 jueces en el día de la fecha. Vamos a anunciar la moción que se ha preparado. Okay. Tenemos que la moción para el día de la fecha de la final. The motion for the Acre Cup 2024 Grand Final is going to be: this House supports the rise in citizen journalism. The clarification for this motion is: citizen journalism takes place outside of the traditional media structures and is based upon public citizens that are not professional journalists gathering, analyzing, reporting, and disseminating news and information. Without further ado, we're going to invite Team Holy Trinity College. We're going to invite Ines to open their case.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Ines Alem, the first speaker of proposition team. The motion before us today is: this House support the rise in citizen journalism. I'm going to present my team as a first speaker. I'm the first speaker, and I have the arguments: freedom of belief and rights. And my second speaker, Candelaria Torti, has the argument: freedom of speech. And Charlotte, my third speaker, is going to sum up the case. I'm going to, let's start with some important definition. Supports: agreement with continuation of media content creating the citizen republic by the citizen republic. Rise: an increase of quality of media produced and displayed. Citizens: a person living in a free republic of Argentina. Citizens have human rights like freedom of speech, religion, and beliefs. Journalism: all on traditional media, including social media posts, videos, blogs in written forms, as well as blogs in video form. I'm going to start saying the burden of proof. In this debate, we will prove not supporting citizen journalism is a breach of human rights. Secondly, we are going to talk about freedom of speech is freedom of citizens. And third point is, by not supporting citizen journalism, it is supporting the values of current society and dictatorships. For the opposition team, to win they have to prove representations of rights is justified, citizen journalism is dangerous for a country like Argentina, and citizen journalism wouldn't be supported by Argentina. I'm going to start with my first argument, freedom of belief. I want to talk about the money that these journalisms have to access to universities. Maybe this person that wants to report news doesn't have the financial aid to enter in college and to do traditional journalism.
Point of information.
Accepted.
There could be public universities, so you didn't have to pay for that.
Yes, but even if you want to keep with good news, you have to pay for sources, and you have to pay for those books that have all the information that includes. Maybe the person that is wanting to be a journalism and trying to document to talk about some big news is afraid of talking on a big audience like this traditional media need. And maybe a way to express their ideas is, and they maybe don't have the opportunity to express all by themselves. News given by companies like Fox News, they only show one side. Even international companies and new agencies with large media coverage and influence can manipulate beliefs.
Point of information.
Accepted.
Don't you think that people who are ordinary could manipulate also without a degree?
Can you repeat, please?
Don't you think that ordinary people could also manipulate and could also make fake news, for example?
Yes, but us as viewers of that news given by journalism, we are going to decide what side we believe. Maybe you have a whole news to report, and you would choose if you believe the citizen journalism or the traditional one. I'm going to start by my second argument, rights. People that don't have access to traditional journalism will use sources like social media, blogs, or posts to show their ideas, and maybe they want to talk about in their safe place, and maybe they are not confident on doing that on newspapers, on a canal in TV. If we take an example from the Middle East, where women don't have the rights to speak or have their beliefs, here we can conclude that without the rights to express beliefs and thoughts, in this case through the form of journalism, it will be a branch of human rights, and Cande, my second speaker, is going to talk about that. For all that I have just said, the motion must and will stand.
The time is 5 minutes and 14 seconds. 5:14.
Thank you, Ines. We now invite Edis to continue the case for Team Patents.
Three, two, one. Can I be an engineer without a university degree? My name is Edis Paganini. I'm the first speaker of Team Opposition. I would like to remind you guys the motion, which is this House supports the rise in citizen journalism. Now, I'm first going to talk about the issue. Why are we discussing this debate? Why are we having it? As years pass by, the amount of people who speak out on their beliefs has increased exponentially. However, this may cause problems in society. Now, I would like to now continue with my refutations of what this first speaker of Team Proposition said. Firstly, you said about how it can be expensive and how some people might not be able to get a university degree. However, you mentioned in your definitions that we're talking about Argentina. And Argentina is very known for having public universities which are free. And then you proceeded to say that buying sources could be expensive. However, I would like to say two things about this. Firstly, a source is gathered by a journalist, so they don't have to pay for it. And secondly, let's say that it is expensive and they cannot afford it. Usually a journalist works in a company and the company will pay for it. It does not come out of their own pocket. It's a professional job with wages. Now, and then you said that you can see the public news, and then my fellow speakers gave a point about how it could be false, and then the first speaker did not deny this. She said you can choose what you believe in, and she said how news like Fox could be also false. Well, what's the difference? If they both, in her words, can be false, then why can't you just also choose what you believe in the traditional and real news?
Point of information.
Nothing. Now, I would like to move on to the burden of proof, what we believe Team Proposition should prove. Firstly, they have to prove that people are qualified for this. Secondly, we have to prove that it will not it will not manipulate the developing mind of children. And thirdly, that it is all trustworthy information. We have three arguments. I will say two. The second speaker will say one. The first one is called qualified. The second is called false development. And the third is called mask. Now, the first argument is the one I mentioned before, which is qualified. Now, a journalist is a profession. It's a real job, just like an engineer, a lawyer, a doctor. It's a serious job, and you need a university degree. Not everyone can just be an engineer or a doctor. It should be treated exactly the same. Now, and let's say a journalist has special access, a real one with a job, to special places, behind the scenes, and they can gather information that just anyone can't. Now, this is taking jobs from people, which is wrong, and this is something that they do for their 9 to 5, let's say, as a job. They do this all day. They don't do that when they have spare time. This is something they work on, they study, they write as a job. And this makes all the hard work all journalists paid, all for nothing. All this work, all this university degrees, studying, going to places, working, and if people are just going to read the citizens' news, which could be false and could manipulate. Now, moving on to manipulation, I would like to go to my second argument, which is called false development. Now, when we think of children, we think of people with fresh minds, still developing. They listen to their parents when they say something. They don't know right from wrong yet. So that's why in the past, parents always teach their children what to believe in. But now, as technology improves, the amount of children that have phones and mobile devices has increased. Now, seeing social medias might ruin the freshness of their mind and might keep them maybe even isolated from their families and friends, cause arguments. And they should just be doing what children should be doing. They shouldn't be just focusing like adults, debating on news. That's, in our opinion, wrong. And children they believe whatever they see. Whenever they see something, let's say online or by anyone they hear, they will immediately probably believe it. So these social medias and social medias in general, maybe false blogs by non-journalist university degrees, use probably manipulation tactics to make more people believe in this and spread it throughout people. Everyone has the lighter to start a forest fire. Thank you very much.
The time is 5 minutes.
Thank you, Luis. We're going to continue with the second speaker of Team Proposition Candelaria to continue the case.
Three, two, one. Without freedom of speech, we are breaching human rights. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, members of the debate audience. I'm the second speaker of Team Proposition, and the motion before us today is this House supports the rise in citizen journalism. We, the Proposition, agree with this. I will start first by refuting some things, and then I will deliver my speech that is freedom of speech. First, the second speaker of Team Opposition asked something to my first speaker, and I'm going to add something to her answer. That you always gonna go to a convincing font to look for information. Then, first speaker said, I have a question for you. Don't you think that parents still can make children what to believe? And also children have the right to make a mistake. And why you give access to children to technology if you don't first teach them how to use it?
But it's information.
No, thank you. Children are influenced by views and parents. So are adults, and as a society, we have a responsibility to provide the information and the things that children can and have to use. No, thank you. Now I will start by delivering my speech. Freedom of speech. First, the point of view of someone who you can feel identified. What do I mean with this? That people can give their point of view and you can feel obviously identified, and you can't say someone that it couldn't give their opinion because it has the freedom to talk and
Freedom of information.
yes.
What happened with the fake news? What
But
happened with that?
like I said before, and I'm sure you will again, you will always go to a convincing font, and you always gonna read something that for you and it's true. And for well, then
More
journalism.
information.
Nothing. Journalism companies maybe don't focus on topics that people want to know about. Why? Because it's not good for their fame, or also some companies are censored and citizens are going to talk about all areas. With this, we mean, like, for
Point of
example,
information.
no, thank you. You are listening to the news and they are talking about something that you are very interested at, so you would like to listen all the information about it.
Point of information.
Yes.
If they want to control these companies, is to protect the users, not from the events.
I will answer them when I. Well, you would like to listen all the news, but some of the information isn't on that program news, because it isn't well for the government you to listen or to even talk about, because it wouldn't help them with their fame. Then I will go with my second part of the argument, the feedback. Journalism sends feedback to local, provincial, and federal governments to show what the citizens of a country need. For example, the natural disasters, citizen rounding into governments and other civilizations, expressing beliefs in politics and sharing ideas, improvements. This is why, for all that I have said, this motion must and will stand. Thank you.
The time is 4 minutes, 37 seconds. 4:37.
Thank you, Candelaria. We now invite Ana from Colegio Batis to continue case for team opposite.
Okay, I will start in 3, 2, 1. Can I be a lawyer without a university degree? Hi, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Anna. I'm the second speaker of Team Opposition. For starting this speech, I would like to provide for some refutations to Team Proposition. The first refutation is that they say that you have to. What happens with the people who didn't have the resources to go to a university? Well, let me tell you that there are public spaces, there are public universities, and you could get the books that you need from a person that you know, or even borrow from libraries, and then when you finish the course that you are making, you could go and let them back. Secondly, they say, what about the persons that are afraid to talk about news? Well, they are afraid because of one thing. Perhaps because that news couldn't be so would well be for the people. Then they say that children are influenced by these people, and that adults must care. No, thank you. That adults must care about that. But what happens when the children go to schools, to a sport, where they could be influenced by other children that also see the smoke? Yes.
But the parents tell children what to believe or what to not, and they don't necessarily have to influence for any other children.
But children are children. They are developing their minds. They could be also influenced by other children. And if you tell the children that one thing is prohibited, the children will go and see that prohibited thing, because it's a children. It's developing his mind. So then they say that that those things are convincing. But convincing, manipulating people, it's okay. Manipulating people without having a degree. So you're still manipulating people, and you didn't even know this job. You didn't study for those jobs. It's not that tomorrow I want to be a journalist and I publish a lot of fake news. And the last refutation, no thank you. The last refutation is that they say that perhaps the companies are censored. But if they are censored, that means that the content that they want to publish, it's bad. And then they mention these things of the freedom of speech. But are you calling a piece of news approved by several people more reliable than someone with that have a job? I will answer this in my argument, that is called mask. Let me provide you for two examples of fake news. The first one is Tini. Tini is a singer that is very famous, and there was a fake news, no thank you, that he used drugs. And he has to clarify in her songs that he didn't use drugs, he didn't drug herself. So they're ruining the reputation of famous people. There's also another example, Emilia Mernes and Duki. There was a fake news that they were broke up, and not only that, no thank you, not only that, they say that Duki cheated on Emilia Mernes. That wasn't a fake. That was a fake news. They had to clarify to all the persons globally. They had to clarify that they didn't do that because of a fake news. Because of a person that wanted to have a joke, that wanted to have a good time. But what happened? It ruined the reputation of Duki. Duki lost a lot of followers. And it didn't matter if their songs are good or bad. It mattered because, no thank you, it mattered because they deserve respect. Famous people deserve respect. They deserve the trust of the people. So, making fake news is harming people, it's harming famous people, and not only famous people.
Point of information.
No thank you. Not only famous people, all the people that you are harming. So, why the famous people have to clarify what they're having in their private life because of one person that want to be a journalist or want to act as a journalist, and you're harming the life of other person. And if a journalist make a fake news, it will be punished because it's illegal. But an ordinary people is not being punished. And what happened? The ordinary people is not being punished, and the person that works, that goes to the university, that pass a lot of hours studying about the topic, is being punished and is being compared for ordinary people that didn't have even the title. And well, it's showing your opinion. Freedom of speech, it's okay. But disseminating your opinion by a fake news without having the work, without being prepared for that, is not okay. So everyone has a lighter to start the forest fire. Thank you very much.
The time is 5 minutes and 8 seconds. 5:08.
Thank you, Anna. We now invite Charlotte to continue the case for Team Holy Trinity.
Repressing citizen journalism is a breach of human rights. And not supporting the rise of journalism citizen journalism means supporting derogative views and dictatorship views, where citizens in republic of a country can't express their own views, beliefs, religions, etc. The motion today is this House supports the rise in citizen journalism. I'd like to start with rebuttals and then state the flashpoints and then sum up. My first rebuttal is that the opposition team said that citizen journalism is a show of uneducated media with bias. However, this statement is incredibly derogative and dehumanizing. Citizens have the right to express the information and the beliefs in which they have themselves. And news companies provide lies as well and biased views. We mustn't forget that with massive companies, with such massive heads and such massive leaders, how are you going to deny that all these massive companies that have so much influence over not only Argentina but the entire world aren't going to have biased views as well? By having citizen.
These companies have many people who approve this work, experienced people who are used to this. Are you saying these people approving are all wrong?
I'm saying that the views of these large companies, and I'm not saying that they're entirely wrong, but they've got a biased standpoint which cannot be only what's expressed in the media. There needs to be other points of view from the citizens in, for example, Argentina. As both of my speakers have mentioned, the right of speech is a human right. By denying this right and saying that people without education can't be accepted.
It didn't become a human right when you're harming other people and defaming other people.
Okay, our team believes that this entire talk about fame and about celebrities is completely out of motion, because what we're talking about is the side of politics and the side of natural disasters, the things that actually matter. People who are obsessed with celebrities and fame, there's an entire other side of the internet for that. Might I mention as well, these big media companies and this traditional media is also the ones expressing all this information about that is incredibly fake as well. The importance about this media being expressed into the world is to show important positions so people can process their own thoughts and their own opinions and make their own decisions. For example, in elections, in terms of politics, in terms of new situations, so they can form their own opinions about this. They also talked about children coming to school and spreading news about politics. However, we also believe that this is out of motion, because no matter what, even if the citizen journalism is experiencing a rise in which we support that, it's going to happen without it anyways. Children hear what their parents say and they believe it, and their parents' opinions as well is also based off the biased media that's being expressed all around the world and all in Argentina. These children also need to be hearing their parents talk about politics, and their parents also need to be the ones reading this media so they can make their own decisions. Also, the opposition team has talked about higher levels of education. They said that in order to let me start with my clash points. Higher levels of education. They said that in order to express media, you need a higher education. However, not everyone has the luxury of going to university.
Point of information.
Denied. And even in Argentina, how you said that universities are free, not everyone has the luxury of having a university in their close town. People have to drive hours to get to the closest university. And those people who are extremely vulnerable need to be able to express the information in which they feel passionate about and which they want the rest of the world to know. Because if they were going to university, of course, if their passion was being a journalist, they'd be able to be a journalist. But if they need to get exposure, they can do that from where they are. That if they're not able to have that high level of education. And it's derogative by saying that people have to have a higher education to have opinions, because throughout history we've seen so many people in lower classes, peasants, slaves, farmers, who really need to have an expression of thoughts, and in this closer time,
Information?
we can relate that to what's happening now. The second clash point was bias in the media. They said that citizen journalism is an expressive bias, and they said that the news is undereducated and false. And through my rebuttals, I've explained why this media needs to be shown, and people's opinions also need to be shown wherever you are in the world and in Argentina. Thank you very much.
The time is 5 minutes and 28 seconds. 5:28. Thank you very much. We now invite Rocco to give the third speech for the opposition.
Okay, I will start in 3, 2, 1. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen present here and in virtual form. My name is Rocco, I'm the third speaker of Team Opposition, and today I'm going to close the debate, hanging the points it was through what we just developed. Can I be a doctor without a university degree? Starting with my refutations, I like dividing into 3 main groups. The first one is freedom of speech. You team proposition continue talking of freedom of speech, and we agree that everyone has their own opinion. But as well, we agree in this, we agree that exists the manipulation, only showing the good side of things is wrong and could damage users. Going into the other layer of these refutations, I will talk about the fake news. How you people present here will be like your thinking if you're a victim of fake news. Did you ever be a victim of fake news?
Point of
I think
information.
of yes. No, thank you. Let me finish this. Don't you ever be manipulated or maybe see a case of a person that has been maybe discriminated or defamated with this fake news? So for these people that suffers, I will be fighting for their rights. Rights of what? Right for being good informated. Rights of being safe in the websites. And I will be not surrender.
Don't you think that these big companies have a bias behind them?
I think that these companies have a view into the two aspects of any that happens. Maybe there's a topic that moves opinions to one side or to the other, and the objective of these companies is to show this thinking. Okay. Continue with my refutations. You talk about not access to education. You talk about that it's very expensive, that the distances will be a problem, and I provide you the two solutions of this one. The first one, of the distances, you maybe could access of virtual classes of all this information. And in the point of very expensive, I would, with the education, as you in the definitions provide us, that it will be of Argentina, I will talk about the public education of good quality that we have here in Argentina. Present people, we are honorable of having free access to be a professional to be having a better future and having more value in the society because their knowledge and more payment, so having a better life. And in the point of very expensive, to, for example, found resources, as my team told you.
Contact information.
No, thank you. In a moment. Companies pay to work, to found sources, there's not an investment of the personal people. And if you couldn't afford for example, books or photocopies, that may happen because not all have the same
information.
No, thank you. The state could help you to provide these costs. Continue with the second layer that is about censoring media. The team proposition insists in the idea of that the media is censored. We provide us the solution. The why is maybe censored. We think that this is to protect users of things like fake news, as we said, sensitive images, regulated ages to see, and impossible companies to having fake news. And it's impossible to companies to having fake news because they're controlled, as my team said, with much amounts of people. Summarizing what we just developed. We just think that your team proposition didn't prove that these people is qualified. And I have here the reasons of why these people not qualified. The first one, they are not professionals. As we said previously, they have the possibility of studying because we live in a country that has the right of public education. Secondly, they are not trustful, these sources. And thirdly, they are bad sources searching. The second thing that we think that you didn't prove is that they will not manipulate the developing mind of the children. Why? Because they're not providing a regulation for these fake pages. And maybe you're guilting the parents to this false. And then last but not least, it's all, I think that with my team we think that we didn't prove that it's all trustworthy for information. For these and more reasons, everyone has a license to start a forest fire. Thank you so much.
The time is 5 minutes and 25 seconds. 5:25. Now both teams have 1 minute to prepare reply speeches. The minute is up. I remind everyone that no points of information are allowed during reply speeches, and I'll be showing the passing of time with hand signals for minutes 1 and 2, and a little clap at minute 2:30. With that said, I invite Anna to give the reply speech for the opposition.
I will start in 3, 2, 1. I divided my reply speech in 3 main clashes and 3 main questions. Does freedom of speech become relevant? The answer is no. Does the lack of resources become relevant? The answer is no. And the last one, are children safe with the rising citizens journalism? The answer is no. Moving to my first clash, does freedom of speech become relevant? No, because you journalists also have freedom of speech. They could say whatever they want, but they are prepared for that. They know the things that they could do, and they know the things that they couldn't do. The ordinary people didn't have this knowledge, and the ordinary people are not punished. The persons that are prepared for that are journalists because they graduate from a university have a job and a responsibility. While the ordinary people that they say the things they want to say because they want fame, because they want to have fun, they didn't have any punishment. While the journalists did have a punishment. And it's okay to say whatever you want to say, but what if it harms people? What if it harms and defames people that instead when you get prepared for that you didn't do. The second one, does the lack of resources become relevant? The answer is no, because there are public universities that you didn't have to pay for going, for teach, for learn, and you have public transport that you didn't have to put money. There are public transport, public universities, and there are public libraries that you could ask and borrow the things that you will need. And the last one, are children safe with the rise in citizen journalism? The answer is no. The children are not safe, and they could get another idea from the school, from their friends, from the friends for sports, friends for schools, and others are not prepared for this. Why? Because they are ordinary people that they didn't have to provide for those fake news and defame people. That they are ordinary people. The world will be safe with more journalists that are prepared and that are punished when they do something wrong. Thank you very much.
The time is 2:34. Thank you very much. We now invite Ines to give the reply speech for the proposition and this end this debate.
1, 2, 3. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I will be delivering the reply speech. I will start by explaining why we won the clash points. One of those was higher levels of education. Opposition said, in order to express opinion, you need a higher education. Not everyone has the proposition said that not everyone has the luxury of going to university. They might live far away, not have money, or have been discouraged or have been discouraged. By saying you need a degree to be a journalist is a false statement. People with and without education have the right of speech. Maybe your opinion, if you're not ordinary people, I want to tell you that journalism are also ordinary people, they aren't aliens. And I want to tell another point of clash, bias in the media. Opposition said that citizen journalism is an expression of bias and that is false and news is false. Opposition said that people have the right to express opinions and create the balance in the media, giving the audience a chance to form their own opinions. Through this debate, we have proven the burden of proof given back in the start. We had to prove that not supporting citizen journalism is a branch of human rights. Secondly, freedom of speech is freedom of citizens. And third point was by not supporting citizen journalism, it is supporting the values of corrupt societies and dictatorships. And the opposition has failed to prove their points of clash that we statement on the firstly in this debate. Firstly, the repression of rights is justified, and secondly, that the citizen journalism is dangerous for a country like Argentina, and third point, citizen journalism should be supported by Argentina. And I want to end up by saying that the fake news of an artist aren't that big of a deal for a country. It doesn't change economy, population, environmental problems. For all that I have just said is motion, and it really stands.
The time is 2:30. At this point now, judges will be putting their scores into the score sheets and will be meeting outside.
At the beginning, we didn't know like what to say, and then we kind of brainstorming. If I was on your side, I wouldn't know what to do because it was hard. We win all the debate, so kind of like another. We can't wait another. But really, we didn't know. Other competitions were like that. Wait until we all debate.
As we have like a lot of constituents that do debates, I did just one, so I did here.
We're humorous.
Thanks. Yeah.
Very good. It was a nice debate. Yeah.
Es que va a decir a la hora de que termina esto y más después.
Excuse me. I need my things here for now.
Yeah, sure.
And maybe
from the outside, I want to say that I don't think it might be really well. You have to you will much better here. que lo piden por creo que realmente I think to improve from one to the other. We had two teachers that studied at the college, and she was Spanish teacher, and she
Do you work in the school or do you come just for debate? Which school? Which one? The university.
Oh, no, I'm from the Argentine.
Ah, so you debate?
No, I used to. So
But when you are age.
I was the head coach for the national team that we went to Serbia this year.
This year?
Yeah.
So you are the national coach?
Well, yeah, so I'm a coach, I'm not a debater.
Do you have any like tips or anything you can say?
I really couldn't hear you previously because I was organizing. But I think you did great. I don't know if you are in your last year.
Yeah, I am this now.
So you had one year in juniors and you have
Next year senior.
4 years.
No.
3, 4.
I'm in
Seniors.
No, I have 3 years of senior. Nothing, 3.
Okay. So the best advice would be to look into WCC format videos.
Look into what?
WCC format videos into the World School Citizen Championship. That's like the World Cup debate. Yeah, so we have a lot of material in our website actually. But you go to the Argentine Debate Association YouTube channel. We have some debates recorded and you can learn.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Should I take my notes?
You can sit here. That's it.
We can.
Okay. Okay, so before we begin, it might just be a custom, but it's certainly worth it at this point. We have 2 amazing teams who have made it to the final of the National Acorn Cup, so let's give them a big round of applause. Very well deserved, and all of the judges in this panel, the 5 of us, we enjoyed this debate up to the point in which we really couldn't find a way to agree on an unanimous decision, so this was actually a split decision and it was a 3-2 decision, so it was really close for the judges. So let's go over what we saw in this debate. A couple of general clarifications before we dive into the issues, and then we justify why we chose one side as the winning team for today. The first thing to mention is that while this motion certainly includes a clarification that is meant to give both teams the chance to know what we are talking about, in this case, what is citizen journalism, that doesn't mean that teams cannot, throughout the speeches, especially at the beginning, clarify, maybe with an example, what do we actually mean by citizen journalism? So for instance, both teams can say something in a way of, what does this look like? It looks like regular citizens using their cell phones to gather information, to record interviews, and then posting this on their own social media. We believed as a panel that this would have helped all of us to know where we stand right now in terms of the status quo of the motion. What does this citizen journalism look like? Especially because this motion is asking both teams to always compare this type of journalism to, let's call it, traditional media. And that's a big part of this debate. How does it look different from this type of media, and therefore how is it either worse or better, depending on the side that you are defending in this case. So for future occasions, for both teams, a clarification is meant to help you, to guide you through the debate. You don't have to include it word by word in your definitions, but certainly find ways to tell the audience and the judges how those things that we are debating look like. Second thing, in general terms, because this is a support motion, always remember that you're not supposed to be kind of thinking so much about an alternative word like in a policy motion. Always try to stay strictly to how things are right now. So the motion is telling you that this is happening. Again, describe to me, how is it happening? What ways does it take, right? How does this journalism look like in the status quo? Rather than maybe try to imagine how it would look like. Those are two general remarks. Finally, regarding POIs, we really like the fact that there were several of them from both teams, especially as the debate progressed. We heard more and more. Perhaps as a general recommendation, try to find ways to distribute them as equally as possible. Maybe some speakers had many POIs and some speakers had fewer POIs than them. So, this is a collaborative activity and you work as a team. Your ideas also can help your teammates, so give them to your fellow teammates. If you have a good idea, maybe they can stand up and they will be accepted. So now let's dive into the issues of this debate. What we saw in general terms was that we have a team proposition that based the strategy on defending the point that this was a debate about freedom of press and freedom of expression. On the other hand, we saw a team opposition that took a different strategy. For them, this debate has to do about the quality of the information that we get from this media and the importance that journalism has in separating the truth from what is actually false. From the side proposition, we heard throughout the debate how these new ways of spreading the news would actually be a way to guarantee the fact that more people actually are able to have their voices heard. For proposition, even further, this is particularly important because for them, there are biases that exist on news corporation, biases that can actually blur the limits, the edges between truth and false. On the other hand, we saw a team opposition that claimed that this wasn't a debate about freedom because nothing about this debate would suggest that we are actually censoring the possibility of people to express themselves freely. What we are only doing, according to opposition, is guaranteeing certain standards that are necessary for journalism to exist in the first place and to serve its social function to society. Therefore, for opposition, first of all, it's not a debate about this, and even if it were, we'd rather have certain regulations if they protect particular groups of people, like children in the first place. Secondly, we also heard that this was a debate that had to do with the question about the access to the information. So from team proposition, the more people that we have with this digital information and these kind of new ways to spread the news, more people will be able to actually look out for information and access this information. But for side opposition, on the other hand, what we have is that actually, because there is more access, that does not mean that A, the quality of information that we get is necessarily better, that B, we don't get fake news, and C, it is a risk, because in as much as more people get involved in this kind of media, we are actually letting go of what we call accountability, meaning the fact that there are legal responsibilities for people who work in particular areas. And that even though we can see this democratization as a good thing per se, nevertheless, if we don't let these people be aware of the legal standards that separate journalism from a crime, then we are letting go of the possibility to actually determine as a society what we want to call truth or not. So as a panel, what we thought was that both teams clearly took to the very limits of the debate their own stance. And they tried to engage throughout the debate and clash freedom versus access, accountability versus the chance to actually have more access and freedoms. At the end of the day, what the panel thought was that there were particularly two things that made us decide in a 3-2 decision that one team is the winning side. The first one is that we believe that there was a team that successfully challenged the burden of proof of the other team, while at the same time trying to say something for their own burden of proof. And then secondly, we also thought that there was a team that introduced particular points that were never properly answered by the other team. Now, neither team explicitly weighed to us why one thing would matter more than the other. Why should we care more about freedom than accountability, for instance? Neither team said that to us, and that is something to keep on working. But nevertheless, we as judges felt that there was one team that tried to engage more with the burden of proof on one team, while at the same time going forward with their own burdens of proof, and that even though we didn't have a proper problem, i.e. we didn't have a proper explanation as to how does this world look like, why do we have this debate in the first place regarding the rise in digital media and the access to cell phones, for instance, we felt that there was a team that brought more issues to the debate that related to that were relevant for the purposes of this discussion. So, basically because of strategy because how they engage with ideas of the other team and how they seem to talk about a word that looks more like the one that the motion is asking us to debate. In a 3-2 decision, this panel thought that today's winners and this year's winners of the Acorn Cup 2024 are Colegio Padres. Congratulations. Well done. Okay, thank you very much. Everyone now have the senior debate final time.
Hay que dejarlas. The senior debate.
Saca el micrófono.
Congratulations, my girls. Thank you. You did really well. I'm really happy. Yeah, with your
¿No te quedas solo?
Y ahora abajo el paso.
Y acá al lado está, hasta ahí lado.
Proposition.
¿Qué problema habría que decía que voy a cambiar de lugar?
individual and the second. I think you get a trophy.
¿Qué prefieres, conspirar o...?
What? No, I was like, oh, really? I'm so bad.
Este es el atril. Estamos
Es un orgullo llegar y ver todo esto.
Con eso me voy.
Ya se va la cámara, estamos... Pueden compartirlo con su familia. Adiós.
Cuando me di cuenta que iba a venir y iba a estar para la final, dije, voy el sábado, tengo que ir aquí a la mañana y voy a la final. Sí. Todo eso. Decía todo. No, por favor, hay que venir más seguido. Decía todo. Es un orgullo ir, llegar, ver todos el trabajo que hacen, ver dónde, sí, cómo siguen la tradición y seguir creciendo y la tan lindo, ¿no? Saber que forma parte de algo y más chicos.
No, yo pensé las dos.
Es lo mismo, vía o vaya. No es organizador, no. Vía o vaya. ¿Cómo? Vía, referéndum o vaya, es lo mismo, yo sé lo mismo. Vía y vaya. No creo que sea una definition, una debate free definition.
Particular, una en inglés y una en latín.
Si no, vamos a la próxima. Gracias. Bueno, tú me tienes que pasar. Sí, el mismo mail, todo. Ayer no te así que, díganle a la mitad siempre éxitos, que tenemos muy bien el viaje vuelta.
¿Tienen agua? ¿Comieron? ¿Qué hora hace? Ya, yo me quedo hasta el martes, así que voy a agarrar comida. Se viene conmigo. Ya hace una semana, ¿no? Morir. ¿Fue independiente?
Pins, esos que son para los que ganan, ¿no? Pins para quienes son para los que ganan.
Era uno por el colegio. ¿Nos dieron?
Es uno por equipo.
¿Hay productores? No, le preguntamos a Francis si tiene. Bueno, vos tenés el tuyo, ¿no trajiste? Este dice, mira.
¿No hay mesa para las stickers?
¿Es eso?
Bueno. No sé si puedo expandir sus papelitas. O sea, no sé cómo.
Es lo mismo que te dije a los juniors que me criticaba exactamente lo mismo.
¿Qué?
Y son debates profesionales en una final. ¿Cómo van a pretender tener un coso? Para algo les enseñamos de chicos que es un caro. Eso no sé. ¿Están usando el papel y leímos nosotros?
Sí, creo que sí.
Yo no puedo creer.
¿No cuenta como que digital horizontal para secar?
Pero partieron dos y lo partís y así lo usáis y vamos haciendo así.
igual si lo
Como le sea más fácil.
El cero capaz no puedo hablar.
File new, start your recording. Arriba. File.
Oui.
Okay, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the grand final for this year's Oak Cup. Let's give a big round of applause to Team Proposition Colegio and another to Team Opposition Colegio Tarun. The motion before us today is this House would allow population to pardon individuals convicted of political crimes via referendum. On Team Proposition, we have a first speaker, Uma Santo, as second speaker, Santino Consina, as third speaker, Celeste Gonzalez. Santino will be the replies. On the opposition side, we have Sol Wiener as first speaker, Ian Stupnik as second speaker, Nicolas Setten as third speaker, and Sol will give the reply speech. Please welcome them. You all know the rules very well. 8 minutes to deliver a reply speech, 15 maximum, unless there are any questions. Then we are ready to begin. I invite the first speaker from Team Proposition.
I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. When justice system fails, society must step in to ensure fairness and prevent unresolved cases from becoming a source of corruption. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am the first speaker of the proposition side. I would like to present the motion we're debating today. This House would allow population to pardon individuals convicted of political crimes via referendum. To start off, I would like to give some definitions of the motion, so we are debating the same thing in this case. I will define, first of all, population. Population, we mean people that are able to vote in the current democracy, Argentinian democracy system. By pardon, we mean a legal act of forgiving or excusing someone from the penalties associated with a crime, nullifying their punishment. That means no consequences for them. By political crimes, we mean the offenses committed against the state or its political order, motivated by ideological or political objectives. And lastly, by referendum, we mean a direct vote in which the population is invited to vote in a specific issue or proposal. It is a form of direct democracy. And now I'll move on into the characterization of the motion to then explain the burden of proof and my arguments. So, as regards the organization, we are going to focus this debate in Argentina, and the plan will be applied from 2025 onwards. So the convicted people from the past won't be able to apply to this new system we are advocating for. So I'm going to answer three main questions: how, where, and when. When I already told you, and where I also told you in Argentina, and how. The how is the most important. It's divided in 5 main steps. So currently, the pardoning powers in Argentina are limited to the executive power. That means the president is the only person that can pardon someone from a crime. And a specific law will be needed to concede this power to the population. Secondly, we will initiate a process called the initiation process. That is when the judicial power have an unsolvable case suspected of political crime, and when even the Supreme Court, they cannot decide whether the convicted is innocent or is guilty. That's when this new system comes in. It's only in extreme cases. It's not always. It's only in extreme cases where the case opens up. Yeah.
The felons that are being pardoned are already convicted. It's not that the Supreme Court cannot decide whether they are or are not guilty. It's that they were already convicted.
Okay, in the definition we said that convicted people is people that are accused of a crime, but there is little information to accuse them as guilty or not, or to decide the penalization for them. That's why the cases opens up, and this leads me to my third step in my plan or mechanism, and is diffusion. By diffusion, I mean ensuring that the population understands the implication of pardoning individuals convicted of political crimes. It is critical for a fair and informed referendums process. Some key strategies to this is the neutral information only for official sources, and it's important that public channels offer neutral information, and it's of course official via TV, radio, or social media. And we also need a balanced media coverage. That means providing the same quantity of information from one side and to the other side, because that way the individuals, the population, can decide informed and not based on personal opinion, or not based in who looks better and who talks better. As a fourth step, we have setting a timeline. It is important to set a timeline, because what happened with political crimes is that oftenly the political officers or the judicial officers, such as the lawyers, extend the timeline really long time, and the case is not longer important for the society. I say we put a timeline of 30 days in which people can search, research, talk with their friends, talk with their families, investigate all of what they want, and then make the decision and go and vote for someone or against someone. This way we can ensure the timelines are set and the time is limited. And the last step is, of course, the voting mechanism. It will be applied in the same way we vote like currently in Argentina. You go and vote for someone or against someone, and it will be the same as the traditional democracy system. But I want to clarify something at this point, is that certain crimes won't be...
Before you continue.
No, thank you. Won't reach this step, because not all crimes will be able to reach this step, because if I have evidence that you murdered someone, I will accuse you from a crime and you will be in jail. We are not pardoning people that kill other people. We are pardoning political crimes, and the population is deciding this. It's not unfair, and it's not just pardoning someone because I like him better or I don't like him. It's like truly judging, because the Supreme Court doesn't have the tools or the experience to... No, thank you. The Supreme Court doesn't have the tools the evidence to put someone in jail or to take them out of jail. That's when the population comes in and they have a voice. I will explain why they have this voice in my first argument called transparency. By implementing this new system, we can ensure transparency and we can ensure that corruption in Argentina decreases, because this system provides an unbiased, accessible information about the case, including the crime, the evidence, and the reason for the proposed referendum. It has a potential to be more transparent than the traditional systems right now, because there are two main reasons why. First of all, because high-power officials who have a lot of influence on politicals, they cannot make unilateral decisions, because most of the time they are influenced by political interest. So maybe they make the time really long, the spaces when the person is accused, and then when the crime is when finally takes off, they make it really long, so it's not important to society anymore. Or
before you continue.
No, thank you. They make it a decision based on political interest and not on what the law says, or they transfer a little bit the law, and that's what happened in most of the cases. And secondly, as I said, it puts a timeline for the political officials. And this leads me to my second and last argument, democracy. By including these different referendums in our law system, we can involve people's voice, asking them to take part, to make decisions, to speak up. We can include them, we can include our population. Political crimes are always hard to manage because there's always something that is missing. There's always some piece of information that it has been misunderstood or someone covered someone. So it's hard to decide on these political crimes. That's why I said the population should take part in this case and should help and should act as integral with the law system. So this is a crucial reason why via referendum systems can reflect Argentina's core democracy interest. In Argentina, we all want democracy. We all want to live in freedom, and we all want that the people that has committed certain crimes need to be in jail. And that's why we propose democracy, because the Supreme Court doesn't know what to do. They don't have enough evidence to put someone in jail, but they don't have enough evidence to let them out because they have been accused of something. That's why we propose this system, and we propose it only in extreme cases where the Supreme Court doesn't have any evidence and they do not know what to do. That's why a stronger democracy means giving people a voice in a decision that shapes society. Thank you very much.
Time was 8 minutes and 9 seconds. Thank you very much, speaker. I now invite the first speaker from Team Opposition.
Okay, can anyone hear me if I talk like this?
Yes.
Okay, we'll give it a go then. We finally live in a society where the law applies equally to everyone. Let's not walk back on that progress. Today we are debating the motion this House will allow the population to pardon individuals convicted on political crimes by referendum. What are the definitions? First of all, political crime. It looks like bribery, espionage, treason, perjury, corruption, coup, and coup attempts, which this was not clarified by Team Proposition. But most importantly, what is a convicted person? It's someone who is declared guilty by a judge or by a jury. It is not someone where the Supreme Court does not know whether they are guilty or not. Convicted people means that they have been proven as guilty. Now, we want to talk about the intention of penalty. Not only punishment, it's not only punishment, the intention of the penalty, but also the rehabilitation and integration to society as improved individuals. And most importantly, the referendum. Now, we have some questions to ask to the Team Proposition. Who will carry out this referendum? Is it the government? And how can you assure as Team Proposition that this referendum will not be corrupted? Because nowadays, we can see many examples
of how the government, by denied, can carry or hijack a referendum. They can manipulate the results, they can persuade citizens to vote in their favor, or they can even threaten citizens. This will be further developed in the second speech. And we want to ask, is the referendum obligatory? Do people have to vote for each referendum that they hold? And how do you hold referendums for each political crime that has been committed? Because there are a lot of political crimes that are being held. So each year would Team Proposition conduct 50 referendums for each political crime that has been committed and people who have been convicted. Three things that Team Proposition needs to prove in order to win the debate. First, this motion does not undermine the importance of equality before the law. Second, that this motion is economically viable. And third, that this referendum represents the will of the people and thus will benefit them. I will be delivering the first two arguments, equality before the law and practical and viability. And the second speaker of my team will develop the third argument, reality check. But first, I will deliver some refutations on the things that Team Proposition has said. First of all, they said that this motion happens when the justice system fails. First of all, this is wrong, and sometimes the justice system does fail, but that is the exception. That is not the rule. Often the justice system is correctly convicts people. So holding referendums for each convicted person, because of the few cases where the justice system does fail, I'll take it in a second, does not justify the referendums that should be held plenty of times a year, maybe 50 times a year, maybe more. Yes, I'll take the point.
We mentioned that we are going to use a referendum in the case that the Supreme Court are going to need them because of cases of corruption. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your point, but let's go back to the motion. We talk about conviction, and convicted people are people who have been proven that they committed the crime and are found guilty by the court. So this does not make any sense on the side of proposition. They also said that they would have a 30-day period for people informing themselves. Now we want to ask if Team Proposition is aware of the amount of prosecuted people that are in the country each year. Would people have 30 days to inform themselves on every single prosecution and go hold a referendum for each person that is prosecuted? This is completely inviable, and which will be further developed in my second speech. Then they said that judges are biased. First of all, this is wrong, because judges, when they become judges, they vow to remain impartial and to only respect the law and to judge people based on that. But let's take that in the best case scenario of Team Proposition and assume that judges are biased. Even if this were true, how does Team Proposition think that people will be impartial? No, thank you. Now, if judges cannot be impartial, how can we assume that people who have their own political beliefs and do not have enough information and do not have enough knowledge to vote and to hold this referendum correctly and appropriately? These are things that we need for Team Proposition to answer. Now, without further ado, I will develop the first argument, equality before the law. Now, let's go back to the motion, denied. We're talking about people who are convicted of political crimes, which we already explained, that are proven guilty by a judge. Now, around the world, especially in this country, people respect a set of values imposed by a constitution and other national documents. And the main value of this is that we are all equal before the law. Every single person should respect the same rules, and if any person breaks them, no matter their background and no matter who they are and what they do for a living, they all receive the same sentence. They all receive the same punishment. Now, Proposition wants to change the status quo that we as a society have struggled and worked for over centuries to reach. They want for politicians to be above the law and for people to decide based on their own perceptions and not the information that judges do have on whether they should be convicted or not, or whether they should do the time or not. Now, Proposition would say that this is what the people want, and by holding a referendum, we're respecting what people want. And first of all, this is wrong, because this can be hijacked or manipulated by the government, which will be developed in the second speech, in the third argument. No, denied. But let's take it in the best case scenario. Still, even if this is what the people wanted, we're breaking the main rule and a human right that states that we are all equal before the law. Giving advantages to some people and forgiving them clashes completely with this principle that we are all equal before the law. Now, we also want to ask Team Proposition, why would this motion only apply to political crimes? And even though the proposition would say denied, that their contribution justifies the crime, and if people want them, it's because they do what's best for society, we take this and we ask,
Why not hold a referendum for a poor man, for example, who robs a supermarket to feed his family? Why would we hold a referendum for people if they say that they have done what's best for our society, but not for people who actually need it? Why are we talking only about political crimes? Now, supporting this motion is breaking the single most important value of our nation, which is the equality before the law. Now, I'll move on to the second argument, which is called practical inviolability. Now, there are hundreds of people who are convicted of political crimes. They are convicted for perjury, for treason, for coup attempts, for bribery. There are a lot of examples, and there are many people who are convicted each year. It is completely unfeasible to hold that many referendums each year for each individual to vote. Let's look, for example, at elections, which are another instance where everybody goes to vote, the same way as they would in referendums. The deputy and senators we choose every 2 years. So it's one Sunday where everybody stops doing their daily activities to go vote. This motion would make people do this so many times a year. What would this look like? It would look like every Sunday having to go vote, or maybe having to go vote on days in a week. See how this is not feasible, panel? We cannot make people go and vote for every political crime. Let's look at the costs also of holding an election. We have to think about ballots. We have to think about transport, about scanners, about many administration costs for making millions of people go vote every other day. Having this cost for every political crime that has a referendum would take out key resources from the state that could be addressed for other many important things. Now, a proposition may say that this is worth it, but it is not. The people have already been proven guilty. The people who have already been convicted, been proven guilty. Where are we going to spend these resources and the time and the energy of the people to do these referendums so many times a year? This motion not only breaks the equality before law, but constitutes a significant and unnecessary cost. Ladies and gentlemen, justice nowadays is unbiased. Let's not turn it into a popularity contest. Thank you very much.
So it was 8 minutes and 4 seconds. Thank you very much, speaker. I now invite the second speaker from Team Proposition.
So, can you hear me at this tone of voice? So, starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. A stronger democracy means giving people a voice in decisions that shape society. That's why we couldn't be more proud to propose to today's motion. Now, you can expect two main things from my speech. First of all, the rebuttal on some of the case of opposition, and second of all, the explanation on the third and last argument on the side proposition. Now, just to start with some little clarifications and rebuttal on what we just heard about what the team opposition said. First, they say that it's totally time-consuming. That it's something that it's just not worth it just because it's time-consuming. First of all, the first answer that this is being interpreted by your side is that, okay, let's don't do anything about this. Let's go nowhere to this and leave everything just as it is. If someone is convicted and let's say partially convicted about this, just leave it as it is and let's don't do anything because it's just time consuming. So also let's don't vote then because it takes a lot of resources, it takes a lot of time as well. So let's don't vote as well because it takes a lot of people actually, you know. But then they actually make a mistake because, first of all, we have 2 points here. When they say that it uses a lot of time and a lot of resources, it's not really like that. First of all, these type of trials, and as we mentioned in our characterization, it's just when the Supreme Court needs it and when they believe that a referendum is needed, when the participation of people is needed. And this is not so common. The cases when we see this are very few and where the Supreme Court has so little information or that is not so ripe that it needs of people on it. Therefore, it's just not as time consuming, and we don't have a case of these political crimes of terrorism every Sunday. Not every Sunday someone is going to commit an act of terrorism in the Pink House. So this is not just as the opposition is trying to say it. Now, then we have another thing that they asked us to prove that first, this is not going to undermine the equality. Now, this is a really blurred point given by the opposition since there's actually equality against law, even with the type of referendums. And if people is so impartial, is not so impartial as the opposition say, then how trials with civil juries exist? Why this type of judgment exists, where people who are civils, not people who studied to be a judge, are also on this type of trials, and they take their opinion on this type of trials. Therefore, why does it exist if people cannot be taken into account in this type of trials? Let me tell you something, because it doesn't matter if the person is first studied for that or not, because even if the person studied, it doesn't mean that that person is not going to be tempted by bribes. Something that, as we mentioned, Argentina is totally, it happens a lot to be bribed by this political part. And as we mentioned in our characterization, given that this population is that is being judged is our political people and our people that are in a high power, these type of judges and these type of political people have a lot of incentives to bribe this type of this type of trials and the people involved in this. That's why you need people who are civils and are not going to be so bribed or are not going to have the chance to bribe everyone in the Argentina that are able to vote as well. So, law, in different words, applies equally to everyone. That is not going to be changed because they get what they deserve, not what they are going to be bribed for. So, second of all, they talk about all cases in Argentina and that all cases, that is pretty much related to what I just said, but they basically said that all the cases in Argentina are being made by judges, which it's good because all of them were impartial. Now, we really put in doubt into this, and it's kind of something that the opposition should have said, because, first of all, how do they know that all cases in Argentina are impartial just because a judge is on the middle of it, when we know that they can be bribed, and there are historical examples that we're also going to mention when this type of jurors were also bribed. So therefore, they are not impartial. They need the presence of people who cannot be bribed because, first of all, the quantity that is going to be involved. You're not going to bribe anyone.
Before you continue.
No, and because as we already mentioned before, this is just not going to happen. But also because of the transparency, people in here are being affected by this type of corruption and this type of, let's say, terrorism that doesn't happen every Sunday, just as opposition said, but to make it also transparent for people to know and for everyone to know what is in the middle of it, what is in the middle of that trial. And also, as we mentioned before, convicted is not under a sentence, so they can change their minds from one day to another since they are not into a sentence.
Before you continue?
Yes.
Convicted means that they have been given
Yes, I
sentence.
understand your point, and it means that, okay, so first of all, they are clearly not understanding what we are saying on our side of the house when we are saying that yes, they are convicted, but they are not under a sentence. Therefore, why would they need people to give a referendum? Why would they need people to give their opinion if it doesn't matter? Because exactly, it would actually matter to this, and it's what it matters when you have a trial with jurists. But also, moving on to the third and last piece of substantive of team proposition, let's talk about this, why is this so necessary as well? Because allowing cases to remain unresolved due to a lack of evidence undermines both the justice system and societal well-being. Now, political cases in particular have broader implications beyond the courtroom. They often fuel the division of the society, political instability, and mistrust in institutions. Now, prolonging such cases perpetrates uncertainty, leaving both the accused and the victims in limbo. Now, what do I mean with this? When the judicial system cannot make a decision because of inconclusive evidence, it risks appearing ineffective, which erodes the trust that this type of institutions are put in. The main thing that we avoid with this is a technique commonly used in Argentina by these political criminals, that is, prolong the cases, arguing that there was not enough information, or arguing that the evidence presented is totally inconclusive. That's why we use this referendum on cases of political crimes, to precisely give a closure to this whole trial and avoiding this type of open cases where the juries have to prolong the cases just because they don't find anything at all. That's why we use the opinion of people. That's why we use a referendum in order to make them give a closure to this. We can even give the example of Cristina Fernandez de Kirchner, who was recently convicted, between many other crimes, of corruption. Now, she was convicted, given that she represents also a big part of the politics in Argentina. She tried to delay as much as he could, and of course, as different judges allowed her to do it, given that, as we mentioned before, she has a lot of power among the judges in Argentina. She was able to delay their final decision about corruption. So therefore, we're having a lot of driving in here, and we need someone who also can be able to erode this. That is a referendum. That is people that can actually make a change in this. That's why we're more than proud to propose.
Almost 8 minutes and 30 seconds. Okay, thank you very much, speaker. I now invite the second speaker from team opposition.
Which side are you choosing to hop on? The side that defends criminals or the one that defends justice? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, members of the jury, members of team proposition. I will remind you what the team proposition has yet to prove and has still not proven. So first of all, this motion does not undermine the importance of equality before the law. Second, that the referendum is economically viable. And third, that the referendum represents the will of the people and thus will benefit them. Now I will be presenting our arguments, which are the first one, equality before the law, the second one, practical inviolability, and the third one is called reality check. Now I will start with some refutations towards team proposition, but first I will clarify something. So the motion clearly states that individuals convicted for political crimes. So it isn't under discussion if these people are convicted or not. They are convicted and they are criminals. So it's not that we are discussing if they are convicted or they are just being accused. They are criminals, they are convicted, and they have done terrible, terrible, terrible crimes. So, first of all, these refutations will be organized in three main points. So first, proposition said that there are biased and incapacitated the judicial system. So first of all, that's a prejudice. Why? Because it puts the whole judicial system in the same bag. So it's also wrong, because the people will not inform themselves before voting in a referendum. They will vote based on their political likeness. They will not go and inform themselves what a pardon is. They will not go and inform themselves how a referendum works. The judicial system has studied their whole life, their whole career on how to sentence someone denied. Second refutation that they have towards team proposition is that they compare the time consuming of political elections with referendums. And this is wrong. Why? Because the justice has already done its work. The justice has already convicted someone. They have accused and they have convicted and they have decided that this person is a real criminal. So we are debating if they should or they shouldn't be convicted. We are debating if they should be or shouldn't be pardoned by society. If society accepts their crimes and says, all right, it's all right that you have robbed, for example, that you have done embezzlement from the state. It's all right if you have committed crimes, political crimes. So society says, all right, you can do it again because I will pardon you again and again and again. Because society likes you as a political person. It's all right to pardon you. It's all right to say, oh, it's okay to rob because I like you. So you can go rob, you can go kill, because as I like you, I will pardon you. Denied. So now, what we have heard so far in this case. So we have heard a team proposition who wants to pardon convicted people who are criminals. By doing this, they are endorsing their crimes and allowing recommitment. While team opposition states the need for equality before the law and a functioning judicial system. Now I will start presenting my argument, reality check. So it talks about the reality of referendums. Team proposition wants to guarantee acceptance.
In that case, you need a reality check because judges on political cases, given that they are political and have influence, can be biased on the
All right, I get your point, and I will be talking about it in my argument. So, team proposition wants to guarantee the willpower of people, but this will backfire. As you heard, this will backfire. And we have seen several examples throughout history that I will be explaining where the will of the people imposed by referendums have backfired on them. And this argument will be divided in two main pillars. The first one is manipulation of results, and the second one is manipulation of the people. So manipulation of hijacking of results. So it's basically stealing an election, and we have seen this in many cases throughout the history, these rigged elections. For example, in Venezuela, where Nicolás Maduro's party has manipulated the election results. So why aren't the electoral records available for the public? Why aren't these records available to the world so we can see who is the real winner of the Venezuelan elections? So this is a perfect example where the elections have been rigged. Also, then going to the manipulation of the population. So how is the population manipulated? Through incentives. What are these incentives? Threats or promises? We have seen this in a lot of cases where the population, the people are either threatened for something or either they are promised that they will receive something for doing a certain thing. So I have two examples for this. The first one is about protest attendance. So they are threatened to lose their social benefits. For example, here in Argentina, as the team proposition brought the example of Argentina. All right, so in Argentina, we have a social protest where people were forced to attend by the social movements and the political movements because they were threatened that they will lose, for example, their social benefits. So social organizations and political parties forced and manipulated people into going to this social protest. So now we have the possibility of denouncing these actions that could be seen and they really are political crimes because we are manipulating the people to do something. So nowadays we have the possibility of denouncing this manipulation. What is the result of this? Social organizations denied. Don't administrate social benefits anymore. Now it's through the government. So you can choose with freedom not to participate in a social protest and you don't have any threat for not doing it. Why? Because they don't have anything which what they can treat you. So the second example talks about the Sarre status referendum. What's the Sarre status referendum? In the First World War, Germany invaded France, and Sarre is a city that is between the two of them. In the Versailles Treaty, it was stated, it stated that Sarre will do a referendum in 15 years to decide either they are France or Germany. What happened? Accepted.
In this case that you're talking that people can be manipulated, you don't think that also the justice system
All right,
can be
I get your point.
manipulated
I get your point. So people are easily manipulated. How? Because, for example, here, the German government sent the paramilitary forces to Sarre in order to threaten and to manipulate and to scare the population for them to vote in favor of Germany. So people voted with fear. People voted manipulated. People were threatened to vote in favor of Germany. So this is a perfect example how people can be threatened in order to vote for something. This referendum, it was clearly rigged in favor of Germany, where after the Versailles Treaty, it was stated that they will choose freely where they could be part of France or Germany, or they weren't free to choose it. They were pressured. So justice is unbiased. Let's not turn it into a popular contest.
Time was 7 minutes and 59 seconds. Thank you very much, speaker. I now invite the third speaker from Team Proposition.
I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. It's easy to alter the justice by the law, but you can never alter the justice by the population. We want a more democratic systems, unless the opposition team wants to continue with the same corruptive systems. Now I will give you the last reasons to understand why applying this motion is significantly important to Argentina and to get better and increase the way of managing our system. Okay, first of all, I would like to clarify some points that it's important to clarify at this point of the debate. First of all, convicted. Both teams are talking about the same definition of convicted. We know what convicted is, but we are meaning is that in the case of the court system, it applies the convicted and a sentence that they think is necessary to the people or the population to have an opinion on this sentence and this convicted person. We are going to apply this we are going to apply this new system. Another thing, the opposition team is all the time asking about the techniques and questions about how we are going to apply these new systems. Okay, we have all answered all these questions in the first speaker, so if they didn't understand, it's because they haven't listened really well the first speaker. And the third point that I want to clarify is the economic point that they ask repeatedly what we are going to do. Okay, we are going to use the budget of the government as we explained before. Based
historically in Argentina and know how corrupted is our justice system, we want to apply this in which the people, the population have the chance to vote, have the chance to raise their voice and say, okay, we think that this is correct or we think that this is not correct. Now I would like to mention some of the points that the second speaker of the opposition team has said. First of all, he gave examples as Venezuela and also Germany. First of all, examples are not available when you are talking about some country in specific, but also the examples that you provide, first of all, were Venezuela, that we are talking about a dictatorship country when we are talking about democracy. And the second example that you gave of Germany, we can take account this example because really the people that voted in these years were raising their hands. So we can compare this to the system that we are proposing. Saying this, I would like to mention...
Before you continue.
No, thank you. I would like to mention the 3 points of flash that I have seen in this debate. I would like to divide 2 points of flash in a social view. The first one was, why hold a referendum in political crimes? The opposition team brings to the debate that people don't have the knowledge to vote and to select a person to be condemned or not, also that they can be manipulated. Okay, we as proposition team defending our ideas, we said, okay, the same happens in the trial by jury. People don't know how the system works and how the court is going to work. Okay, they don't have to exactly know how the courts work. I didn't have to study law to make a decision or to have a vote. We think that the same knowledge and just is efficient to know the case and to know the information about how the people and the crime that was committed. We don't think that it's necessary to know every specific theory about the career that we're talking about. And also, no, thank you. And also that they could be manipulated. We said all the debate that both sides could be manipulated. So if we are going to talk about manipulation, we are talking about a manipulation by the court system, a manipulation by the people. But the people is more. We have more people. You can't manipulate all the people, but you can manipulate one judge. You can manipulate, you know how? With money. And that happens all the time in the history of Argentina. So the opposite team is ignoring completely this point. But we know that in Argentina this happened. We know that the people can't be manipulated as easy as a government. We know that people can be manipulated as easy as a court system. So taking account this point, we know that the social strategy is going for the proposition team. Secondly, in a social point, yes.
So you're saying that they have bribed the whole judicial system from the first instance judge to the Supreme Court for convicting someone?
Thank you. Yes, we are going to use this because we think that the vote of the people is really important to make a more democracy system. So continue with another point. Why hold a referendum in political crimes and are in another aspect? Okay, when we talk about political crimes, we are talking about crimes that affect all the nation. We are talking about that one person or maybe a group of people have committed a crime that affects all the population. So you think it's fair that just one person or one judge decides for all the people that had suffered the consequences of this crime? It's necessary that all the people that have suffered have a voice and can do something with this. Think about the terrorism. You think that just one judge can decide this? We think that it's really important that the people have a voice when we are talking about consequences that affect their family, consequences that affect their environment, consequences, not thank you, that affect their houses, for example. Of course, it's important. So this also brings to the benefit of the people, the benefit of deciding, the benefit of democracy, the benefit of the right of liberty of expression. They have the right to do this. They have the right to vote. They have the right to express their opinions. So if we are talking about political crimes, we think that it's really, really important to increase the population vote in this. We already know that if someone commits another crime, for example, killing a person, just one person, we don't think that the population can have a vote or can have an opinion in this crime because it's a specific crime and it just involves one person. But we are talking about a political crime that can include all the nation. It's really, really essential to consider that all the nation could decide about the decision. I'm going to the third point of flash and the last one, where we talk about the law. The opposition team mentioned that they are accusing us about saying that the judicial system is incapacitated and the judicial system don't know and can be manipulated easily. Yes, we are saying this. And we are not saying this because we don't like the system that is applying in Argentina. We are saying that because we are basing ourselves in the history and we are basing ourselves in documents. We are not inventing or just making an imaginary situation to win this debate. We know this, and this is a reality, and we would like that the opposition team could also bring this reality of Argentina and could make a debate based on this. Yes, there exists corruption in the law of Argentina, so we can work in this and we can make other solutions. We present the referendum. What presents the opposition team? Nothing. They just don't believe that exists corruption. Also, they mention that the law is equal for everyone, and the law applies equally to everyone, what I would like to refute, because that also is a point that is a fallacy. Because yes, in theory, the laws applies equally to everyone, but in the practice, that is completely the opposite, and especially in Argentina, a country that doesn't apply the law equally to everyone. So you can't say that this happens. You can say also that we are breaking the law of equality, for everyone, because we are not doing this. It's more, we are going to apply the equality for everyone to vote, and not just to a group to decide what to do to a person or a group of people that have given consequences all over a country. So, to make a briefly conclusion, the points presented by the opposition team that we have to prove all over this debate was that the equality before the will, that all these people is going to maintain this equality system, and we have proof because the equality is not touched. We are not talking about equality or not equality. There is no more a group of people that is going to vote and a group of people that is not going to vote. Everyone is going to have a word and a voice. Secondly, the economic benefit, we already mentioned that the government is going to sustain this. And the third is that this represents the will of the people and a benefit of them. Of course, it represents a benefit. We are talking about their right. We are talking about liberty of expression. People is not going to have time consuming because they are voting for a political crime. Thank you very much for that.
Time was 8 minutes, 11 seconds. Thank you very much, speaker. I now invite the third speaker from Team Opposition.
We cannot pardon someone who hasn't been convicted. I believe that is something pretty obvious to say, but it seems that the team proposition hasn't been able to understand it. Let me remind you the motion before us today. This House would allow the population to pardon individuals convicted of political crimes by a referendum. What the proposition team had to prove in this debate in order to win it, but hasn't been able to do so, is that, firstly, this motion does not undermine the importance of equality before the law. Secondly, that these referendums are economically viable. And lastly, that the referendum represents the will of the people, and thus will benefit them. Before I move on to the points of clash that the team opposition identified during this debate, I would like to clarify the intention of a referendum. The proposition team mentioned that with this referendum, people will be able to choose whether or not these people are abiding by the law or not. But once again, with the examples we have provided, we see that referendums typically are used in order to allow the population to decide something that is subjective. With the SAR status referendum, for example, that they had to decide whether they would belong to Germany or to France. These are stages of choosing a subjective thing and matter. With this referendum, we are disregarding totally the law, and we are choosing based on popularity whether someone is guilty or not, and whether they should abide by their sentence or not. The points of clash that we identified during this debate tonight are the following. Firstly, forgiveness. Secondly, population versus judicial system. And lastly, and thirdly, the well-being of the people.
Firstly, forgiveness. We have heard time and time again from the proposition side of the House that this referendum will be used for cases where the Supreme Court can decide when there is inconclusive evidence and there's missing information. And with the objective of solving that issue, we will allow everyone to vote. But let's think about that for a second. Will allowing everyone to vote give the people more information? No. And also, they will not be able to implement their skills on voting and choosing or convicting someone or not that the juries do and the judicial system does have. I will be developing that further in the speech. But once again, the motion mentions people who have been convicted and proven guilty. The team proposition is ignoring that these are criminals. These are people who do not abide by the law, and they were proven by evidence that they do not abide by the law, and they disregarded it. Also, the proposition team said that they didn't kill anyone. They just did a political crime. Okay, so are political crimes worse than killing? That is for the jury to decide with their sentence, which these people denied that these criminals should abide by. And if they didn't kill anyone and they committed a political crime, they are criminals anyways, as we have mentioned time and time again. Lastly, the proposition team has denied, clearly stated that a convicted person does not include a sentence. Well, what are we forgiving? What are we allowing the person not to do? We forgive you, but what are we ignoring? What punishment are we ignoring? The people who are convicted do have a sentence. The jury and the judicial system has provided a sentence that with these referendums, the people will be able to deny, disregard, or not. So, of course, there is a sentence for convicted people. That's the most basic aspect of being convicted. Second point of clash is population versus the judicial system. Throughout this debate, we have debated whether it is best for the population or the judicial system to decide whether or not someone should be punished and abide by that punishment. The proposition team has mentioned that everyone will do research when it comes down to this referendum, that they will talk with their friends and discuss and be informed. But when we look at what is happening, we see that most people will not do this. A political figure who has been convicted of a political crime is very famous and is appreciated or hated, to say colloquially, by the population. So, of course, people already have a prejudice and an opinion of what that person should or should not be punished. Also, we can identify that the media spreads a lot of misinformation, so people will not learn about truthful information because the media and the media of each party on each political side will incline the balance towards them. They will spread misinformation to tilt the balance of the referendum in a second. Tilt the balance of the referendum to their side. Yes, please.
In the same way I can drive or use my political immunity. That's why we're talking about Argentina, because politics have political immunity in order to not take the risk. So even in your side, you wouldn't have a condemnation as well.
I understand your point, but once again, if we are deciding something political and the judicial system is licensed and has the skills to decide this and identify the evidence, is this truthful, is it not, does it break the laws or not? Of course, as we have mentioned with the examples, the people can be bribed too. The populations are threatened, for example, by several parties to go and march for something they maybe do not support, and they are threatened to be fired, or they are compensated with money, and this is a bribery too. Lastly, the proposition team mentioned that it takes long times to decide in these trials because the politicians have that intention, but they failed to understand and mention who makes the referendum, who takes it into action. If it's the government, well, it will be, if the government wants the referendum to take a long time, it will do so denied. So that issue that we are identifying is not solved. And lastly, they mentioned that the civil juries
that are not used majoritarily in Argentina, by the way, are better. But once again, these have almost none effect in the country. Lastly, the well-being of the people. The proposition team mentioned that they will be able to choose and that this freedom is a key value in our society. However, we have to understand what is more important, freedom or accountability. Freedom and opportunities to choose or the well-being of the people. Because as we have mentioned, this referendum could backfire as the people, because they sympathize for a political figure, could decide not to punish this political figure, which would then commit the crime once again later. So of course, accountability in this case is much better than freedom. We are not restricting the freedom of the citizens, but instead allowing them to have a better future. Lastly, I want you to remember, justice is unbiased. Let's not turn it into a popularity contest. Thank you very much.
Time was 7 minutes and 56 seconds. Teams now have 1 minute for the reply speeches. Okay, so now I invite the first speaker from Team Opposition to close the team space.
Okay, just a second that I rearrange this. Okay, I'll start in 3, 2, 1. The team proposition has acknowledged, but still doesn't get to grasp the idea of conviction. Someone who has been convicted is someone who has been proven guilty, and deciding the sentence should not be in the hands of the population, should be in the hands of people who know what a sentence means and who know what it represents. The three questions that prove why the opposition has won this debate. First, does this motion stand by what is best for the population? Second, is people's choice on political convictions more conscious than the choice of a jury? And third, does this motion represent equality before the law? The answer to all these three questions is no. Starting with the first one, does this motion stand by what is best for the population? Now, proposition says that people would choose what is best for them. Now, this is a utopical reality on society because for the team proposition, people would wake up and go vote for what they truly stand for. And this would be great if it was the reality. But ladies and gentlemen, this is not the reality. Let's look for a second at the real world. A world where governments hijack results as we presented in the Venezuelan elections, where governments bribe citizens to vote in their favor, and where politicians also threaten the citizens, as we brought the example of the referendum in the Czar region. Now, let's also talk about the cost that referendums have, first of all, a state's financial cost that the team proposition only said that would be covered by the government's funds, which would ultimately take out the resources from their own people. And they did never develop where would this come from, only by stating that it would be from the government. But second of all, a very important cost, that it's the individual's cost. Now let's look at propositions world, a world where everybody goes to vote for referendums every single week, and the media channels that inform people that also were proposed from team proposition would also be taking these resources from people. A world where everybody wakes up every other day and has to vote for a referendum, and they also have to inform themselves 30 days in advance as proposed by team proposition. How would this look like? People getting tired, people going every day to go vote for a referendum, people having to inform themselves, having additional energy and additional resources from their everyday lives for having to go vote for referendums every other day, because there are a lot of referendums, and this is a thing that team proposition fails to acknowledge. And when having to inform themselves, let's look at it realistically. They won't inform themselves on every single referendum that is being held, which leads me to the second question. Is people's choice on political conventions more conscious than the choices of a jury? The answer is no. Now, there was a whole clash in this debate on who is biased, who is bribed, who is manipulated. Now, proposition says that judges are corrupt and convict based on their own opinion, without examples and without developing whatsoever. And we answered that judges vow to be unbiased when they become a judge. And we acknowledge that there are failures in the justice system, but they are the exception. They are not the rule. And we shouldn't hold referendums for each judicial decision just because there are some exceptions and waste all these resources from the people and from the government itself. Now, proposition also says that people are the best at deciding what's best for them. And they said that they would have 30 days to inform themselves. Now, proposition's assumption is that they will inform themselves, and they expect the best from the people. But we answered that you can never assure that they do. Even though proposition expects the best from people, we ask you to open your eyes and understand that a judiciary system that knows and studies conviction is the best at deciding conviction, and much better than what any other person can choose. Third question, does this motion respect equality before the law? And the answer is no. This motion harms a positive status quo where people are convicted, are not extend to doing their time for any reason. In this world, the basic principle of equality before the law is respected, and this motion seeks to break it. Ladies and gentlemen, justice isn't biased. Let's not turn it into a popularity contest. Thank you very much.
It was 4 minutes and 5 seconds, and now invite the second speaker from the proposition to close today's debate.
Can you hear me? Yes, perfect. Okay. So starting in 3, 2, 1. Thank you once again, Team Opposition, for reminding us what the word conviction means. But besides that, the case that you presented has absolutely nothing. And that's why we're going to explain detail by detail the different cases and why proposition is the one that should win. So first of all, they forget about something. Yes, you can talk about the word conviction and that they're going to have a sentence, but they forget a single characteristic of Argentina, that is the political immunity that every politician uses if they can. Now, this is going to produce that they convict, the sentence that they are supposedly going to have disappears. So therefore, they're not going to have a sentence, and therefore the referendum can indeed take place, and people can actually start giving their opinion on what it's going to be for the future of these political people. Therefore, if they are going to use this political immunity, their whole case about saying, "Oh, conviction means this," gets totally erased, because in that case, that sentence would totally disappear. But now, they also talked about and question where are going the funds are going to be taken off, because they're basically saying that almost as if we rob people by saying that the same issues that are affecting them, because political crimes also means corruption, also means terrorism, the same things that literally affects this type of people have also the right to use their money in order to take a step in and say what do they believe on the on the fact that they are being corrupted with their money on their pockets as well. But also, they basically mentioned that that it's going to be so periodically, and that we are going to have these referendum cases every Sunday, when we already mentioned this is not going to happen like that. First of all, because of two reasons. Mainly because it doesn't happen too often in Argentina, and even if it did, and even if it does, the main thing is that we already cleared in a characterization that it's only if the Supreme Court needs it. Therefore, it's not too periodical as they believe. It's not every Sunday, it's not every Monday, it's not going to have place every day, every week. Therefore, it's just not unreal, and they are taking a whole hypothetical case. But also, they talk about the manipulation, and I basically quote what they say, that this is basically less likely to occur on their side of the house because people are easily manipulated, but judges are not. We don't understand as a whole team how can they say that, because it's not exclusive to our side. It happens on both sides. Judges can be clearly right, and we can see that, as the example that we gave about Cristina, when this already has been delayed so much that that it has to have a conviction and to sentence her because she was delaying it too often. But this is not only on our side; on their side happens as well with bribe. And also, let's close with this last point about reality check, because they talk about the reality check, but they miss something. And that these people may be easily influenced, as they say, but the factor that clearly makes this not too loud into our case is mainly because it's too many people. And because it's too many people is the fact that it's going to be less likely to be influenced rather than one judge, or rather than two judges, or rather than three judges. Therefore, if people were also so manipulated, cases with civil juries in Argentina also exist. Therefore, they should disappear from Argentina, from the world, because they can be influenced. Therefore, we should stop this, and they can be manipulated. Therefore, let's stop this, and panel, let's think for a second. We have already proven everything that we had to prove. That's not yet influenced, as they say, by the opposition. Thank you very much.
Bueno, vos Malex, tenés que ir, conversar nomás, ¿no? ¿Libre?
de mediar y también de solucionar estos conflictos. Vamos a suponer que...
Sobre ese punto.
Esto, sí, dígame.
¿Cómo puede ser que si la ONU tiene la capacidad de terminar con estos conflictos, siguen habiendo muchos conflictos como el de Ucrania, por ejemplo, y muchas guerras?
Perfecto. Yo le quiero hacer saber que aparte de que la ONU sí toma lugar en muchas de esas guerras que están ocurriendo, por ejemplo, con los cascos azules, que son corredores humanitarios que salvan la vida de millones y de miles de personas, le quiero hacer saber también algo sobre el argumento que nosotros estamos planteando que habla de criterio. Incluso si nos dijeran el grupo de la proposición que hay que llegar a una guerra para poder llegar a la paz. Hablemos del criterio. ¿Quién tiene la legitimidad y quién tiene el criterio suficiente, objetivo, como para poder proponer de que esta situación que nos llevaría a, como ya dijimos, gastos económicos y desastres humanitarios, se puede dar y puede ser la mejor solución? Y incluso si me dijeran que ese criterio se puede dar por estadísticas y se puede dar por información que llega desde otras partes del mundo hacia esos mismos países o Estados-naciones que reciben esa información, déjenme darles un ejemplo. En la década del 80, durante la Guerra Fría mal mencionada por la proposición, ya que la mencionaron como una guerra tradicional teniendo en cuenta que fue una escala de tensiones, durante la Guerra Fría, a la Unión Soviética le llegó una alerta de que los Estados Unidos iban a mandar un ataque nuclear. Déjenme contarles que un teniente de la URSS alertó que podía ser una falla y por eso no debería haber un ataque contrario inmediato. ¿Saben qué pasó? Evidentemente eso era una falla del sistema y evidentemente eso nos salvó de un ataque nuclear que podría haber terminado con la vida de miles de millones de personas. Entonces, ni siquiera diciendo que esto se puede dar por estadísticas o por información que le puede haber llegado al país, prevalecería la moción.
Por ese punto.
Por eso, sí, dígame.
Entonces, ¿cómo es que los países no llegarían a la guerra? Falta una argumentación entera sobre eso.
Es que los países no es que no llegarían a la guerra, sino que antes deberían recurrir a estos mismos órganos de los que les estuve hablando para que puedan solventar, mediar y solucionar estos mismos problemas y conflictos. Y por último, para mi discurso me gustaría hablar de incluso efectos peores. Como ya dijimos y como nos cansamos de reiterar con la oposición, hablamos de gasto económico, que habla de un perjuicio a largo y mediano plazo, y corto plazo, perdón. También de una grieta mundial que puede afectar a en diferentes partes del mundo. Y también de una banalización y una deslegitimación de estos órganos internacionales. ¿Y saben por qué? Porque dicen, claro, la medida fácil y el lugar viable y el lugar fácil para poder discernir estos conflictos, claro que es la guerra. Pero no se tiene en cuenta que se están matando personas y que también se está yendo a un desastre económico porque la guerra, como lo saben, no es gratis. Entonces, tengamos en cuenta esto, tengamos en cuenta de que la proposición está dejando muy en claro de que su moción no puede prevalecer por el simple hecho de estar avalando que mueran personas y por el simple hecho de estar dando una definición de ciertos puntos que van en contra del convenio de Ginebra, por ejemplo. Entonces, agradezco por su tiempo. Eso fue todo.
El tiempo es de 8 minutos y 1 segundo.
Muchas gracias, primer orador. Invitamos ahora a la segunda oradora del equipo de la proposición.
En la irrealidad e idealización de la oposición, las naciones con conflictos acuden a otros medios no mecanizados por la oposición y resuelven sus conflictos. Este es el medio que propone la oposición y que la proposición va a probar cómo no es la manera y cómo no cumple con la moción acudiendo a lo necesario. En este discurso, el equipo de la proposición ha sido capaz de probar cómo es que las guerras preventivas tienen mayor probabilidad a evitar problemas y tensiones a largo plazo y de mayor intensidad, y cómo es una solución a corto plazo. En nuestro segundo punto vamos a probar cómo las guerras preventivas pueden llevar a la paz mundial por una mayor probabilidad y a un menor plazo. En este discurso, dos cosas principales. Primero, una serie de refutaciones cruciales y segundo, nuestro tercer argumento. Primero, voy a empezar con un resumen sobre nuestro caso a lo largo de este debate. En el primer argumento ya fuimos capaces de probar cómo es que evitamos de nuestro lado conflictos mayores. En el segundo argumento hemos sido capaces de probar cómo es que evitamos tensiones a largo plazo. Ahora sí, voy a ir con las refutaciones.
Solo antes que continúe.
Muchas gracias. Escuchamos cómo es que la pregunta de por qué es necesario, por qué traemos esto, qué tan necesario es. Lo que pasa es que la guerra preventiva es un mal. Es un mal, está aceptado por la proposición, pero es necesario. ¿Por qué es necesario? Porque menos gente es afectada. Potencialmente, lo que busca la guerra preventiva es que menos gente sea afectada, que es una necesidad para la humanidad. Entonces, sí es necesario disminuir los rencores en la sociedad, disminuir los efectos que estas pueden crear, porque potencialmente estos conflictos pueden llevar a grandes rasgos. Entonces, del lado de la proposición, estamos evitando que más naciones se involucren. ¿Por qué estamos evitando esto? Lo que pasa es esto: al haber conflictos, cuando en una guerra preventiva lo que hace es un conflicto, resolverlo evitando esta potencialidad de llegar a un mayor a un mayor problema. Entonces, ¿qué pasaría en el caso de llegar a un mayor problema? Lo que pasa en estos casos es que los países que están en conflicto, uno, necesitan ayuda externa, entonces más países se involucran. Dos, ¿qué puede pasar? Que en un mayor conflicto hay un mayor incentivo a naciones a involucrarse. ¿Por qué? Porque un mayor conflicto tiene también mayores ganancias, por lo que muchas naciones pueden estar incentivadas a involucrarse. De nuestro lado, decimos que esto es necesario porque evitamos el incentivo a las naciones a involucrarse y a más naciones estar involucradas en este conflicto. Después escuchamos cómo es que no hay que normalizar las guerras, porque como se utilizan las guerras no hay que incentivarlas y hay otros medios. ¿Cuáles son los otros medios? Ir con la ONU, como dijeron. ¿Cómo es esto? ¿Cuál es la mecanización por la que yendo con la ONU y acudiendo a estas organizaciones de la nada se va a resolver el problema? No hay mecanización detrás de esto, pero aunque la hubiera y aunque de alguna manera llegamos que con la ONU se resuelve este caso, lo que puede pasar potencialmente es que los impactos a largo plazo van a ser negativos porque las tensiones no van a haber disminuido. Porque ¿qué pasa? Estas naciones no llegan a la guerra porque sí, no llegan a la guerra, no es un juego llegar a la guerra, llegan a la guerra porque hay un problema, porque hay un conflicto entre ambas, que al no resolverlo, al dejarlo pasar a largo plazo, lo que pasa es que no se resuelve el problema, aumentan las tensiones, aumentan los conflictos. Después recibimos una refutación sobre que las guerras preventivas pueden terminar en un conflicto o en algo más grande. Por ejemplo, ¿qué pasa acá? Es que tenemos que esto no está fundamentado porque si no, no habría guerras. Si tuviéramos que estas prevenciones pueden llegar a casos más grandes, actualmente no tendríamos guerras, pero aunque fuera posible, es una minoría que lleguen a un caso más largo. Con la prevención estamos potencialmente evitando que lleguen a un mayor caso. En un segundo. Es verdad que las guerras no preventivas, si lo podemos nombrar de alguna manera, en algún punto llegan a una solución. Pero ¿qué pasa? ¿A qué costo? Nosotros estamos hablando del equipo de la proposición que es necesario no llegar a este costo que tienen los conflictos mayores, que no solo involucran a mayor cantidad de gente, sino a mayor cantidad de países y afectan las economías de los mismos países que están en conflicto. Entonces nosotros reducimos los impactos. Sí, tomo tu punto.
¿Podría la proposición nombrar algún ejemplo donde la guerra preventiva no haya llegado a una guerra tradicional que también perjudique al Estado?
Actualmente vemos en realidad muchos ejemplos en los que no hay guerras preventivas, en los que las guerras se llevan a un largo plazo, mucha cantidad de años, por ende tenemos impactos mayores. Trajimos varios ejemplos con la Primera Guerra Mundial, tenemos ejemplos en los que la guerra lleva a una mayor escala, lo que nos trae innumerables efectos. Estamos hablando de una guerra preventiva en la que prevenimos un mal mayor. ¿Por qué esto es necesario? Porque las guerras
preventivas, muchas veces lo que pasa es que tienen la potencialidad de llegar a un mayor problema. Nosotros estamos previniendo esto, que lleguen a un mayor problema, y es necesario para no afectar a tanta gente, afectar a la menor cantidad de gente.
Antes de que continúe.
También escuchamos, no, muchas gracias, cómo es que esto, por qué que tenemos que probar como equipo de la proposición cómo esto no tiene efectos negativos. Pero en realidad la moción misma dice que esto es un mal necesario. Entonces, como proposición aceptamos que esto es un mal, aceptamos que tiene efectos negativos, pero es necesario porque 1, resolvemos el problema en un menor plazo. 2, lo resolvemos involucrando a menos gente. 3, lo resolvemos teniendo menores conflictos, menores tensiones. Nos preguntaron también de parte de la, no muchas gracias, de la oposición, ¿cuál es la lógica de esto? Que esto no es lógico, pero no estamos hablando de hasta qué punto es lógico, estamos hablando de hasta qué punto es necesario. Y aunque estuviéramos hablando de hasta qué punto es lógico, nosotros decimos que agarramos el problema en una menor medida para solucionarlo más fácil. Si esto sí es lógico porque estamos evitando incentivar a más naciones y que esto llegue a un mayor conflicto. Ahora sí voy a pasar a nuestro tercer argumento. No, muchas gracias. El argumento se trata de la ruta más rápida a la paz. ¿Cuál es el punto común en el mundo? La mayoría quiere llegar a la paz. La mayoría de las naciones quieren llegar a la paz. Entonces, ¿por qué esto no sucede? Porque las naciones tienen problemas o cargas que no han podido resolver. Entonces, muchas veces llegan a un punto en el que es crucial que la guerra ya no se pueda prevenir. Llegan a un punto en el que la guerra no se puede prevenir. Entonces, como ya probamos en el segundo argumento, esto tiene enormes tensiones. No, muchas gracias. Y durante la guerra, tiene enormes tensiones durante la guerra y después de la guerra. Entonces, no solo tenemos impactos durante este conflicto, sino después. Entonces, estas tensiones pasan de ser entre dos países, entre dos naciones, a ser de muchas naciones. Hace que muchas se involucren. ¿Por qué? Ya sea por dos razones. Una, porque los países del conflicto necesitan apoyo, entonces recurren a países aliados o con los que comercian. Número 2, porque los países, porque las posibles ganancias son mayores. Entonces las naciones tienen un interés de ganar y es un riesgo que para ellos vale la pena tomar. Entonces es un incentivo a otras naciones a involucrarse. Consecuentemente, es un conflicto más grande, con más gente afectada, con más naciones que se involucran. Entonces, esto dificulta el llegar o acercarnos a una paz mundial, porque hay mayores tensiones, hay mayores naciones involucradas. Incluso se puede llevar a un futuro conflicto porque hay mucho rencor, pero aunque no llevara a un mayor conflicto, nosotros consideramos que es necesario porque tenemos de nuestro lado la posibilidad de llegar a la paz en un menor plazo, en menores impactos y con menores naciones involucradas. Tenemos mayor posibilidad de paz. Nosotros evitamos que las tensiones se acumulen a lo largo de los años, evitando que se involucren más naciones, no solo menos pérdidas, sino que estamos disminuyendo la polarización y los rivales del mundo. Muchas gracias.
El tiempo es de 8 minutos con 10 segundos.
Muchas gracias. Invitamos ahora al segundo orador del equipo de la oposición.
Empiezo en 3, 2, 1. Tan solo imaginemos que tenemos un tren yendo por unas vías y tenemos ese gran dilema donde se encuentra una sola persona con una palanca y quien decidirá si el tren apunta hacia una multitud de personas o hacia una multitud menos unos cuantos miles, pero una multitud en hecho. ¿Qué tomarían la decisión en esta asamblea? Posiblemente contra el grupo minoritario de personas. Y capaz sería lógico. Pero ¿y si les dijera que existe una forma en la que ese tren nunca tiene por qué llegar a la palanca? ¿Y si les dijera que existe una manera en la que la persona que está tomando esa decisión no tendría que nunca tomar esa decisión? Así es como se estructurará el debate de la oposición. Y así es como comenzaré a refutar todos los argumentos de la proposición. En primer lugar, el problema en la proposición radica en un problema de definición. Si esta moción prevaleciese, como así es el objetivo de la proposición, jamás podría tomar lugar en el sistema internacional, puesto que nadie comprende la definición de la proposición porque simplemente no existe. La definición de guerra en virtud de cómo se argumente por parte de la proposición o oposición en verdad no importa. Porque lo que en verdad importa son los estatutos por los cuales se define la guerra a la hora en la que se tomen cartas en el asunto y se lleve a cabo un conflicto bélico. La oposición ha tomado como opción, coherentemente, elegir la opción de la definición de guerra instaurada en la Carta de Apertura del Convenio de Ginebra con todas sus implicancias. Así que ha mencionado un conflicto bélico entre ambos grupos beligerantes en el cual se tomen cartas entre ambos y pueda ser intranacional o internacional. Entonces, aquí es donde la proposición ha cometido errores tales como mencionar que el golpe de estado de Uriburu en la Argentina ha sido una guerra, cuando siempre una de las partes, siendo el Estado, no cumple con esa definición. Sí podría ser una guerra civil, que no fue el caso, y además una guerra fría, que no es una guerra, como ya lo hemos mencionado en distintos puntos de información. Luego se ha mencionado de que la oposición está esperanzada. Sí, claro, por supuesto que se encuentra esperanzada. Se encuentra muy esperanzada porque tenemos demasiados elementos para no llegar a esas guerras preventivas que menciona el grupo de la proposición. Por supuesto, ¿cómo no vamos a estar esperanzados si tenemos a la Corte Internacional de Justicia, a las Naciones Unidas, al Consejo de Seguridad, a los estatutos del Convenio de Ginebra? ¿Cómo no se va denegado? ¿Cómo no se va a estar esperanzados? Y en el caso de que se argumente, bueno, ¿por qué no han resuelto conflictos como Rusia-Ucrania, como Israel-Palestina, como demás? En primer lugar, que la proposición no visibilice las acciones de las Naciones Unidas en estos conflictos no quiere decir que las Naciones Unidas no estén solucionando estos conflictos. Y además, las soluciones, en efecto, se van a poder llevar a cabo siempre por parte de ambos sectores. Lo que llevan a cabo estas políticas internacionales es el impacto para una mejoría. Y, o casualidad, lo que estamos buscando en este debate es una mejoría para no llevar a estas guerras y a estos conflictos bélicos en donde muere gente, se lleva a cabo un gasto económico, crece la grieta global en un mundo polarizado y además quita la jurisdicción a muchas organizaciones internacionales muy valiosas. Sí, dígame.
Si la perfecta utopía que usted plantea existiera, entonces no habrían guerras. Entonces, ¿cuál es la razón de las guerras si supuestamente las Naciones Unidas pueden resolver todo tipo de problemas?
Muchas gracias por su punto. La razón de que sigan existiendo las guerras es la misma razón por la que la proposición está argumentando lo que está argumentando. Es el no querer avalar por esos elementos internacionales que nos ayudan a reducir estos conflictos bélicos.
Sobre ese punto.
Denegado. Precisamente, existen muchísimos casos, por ejemplo, donde Rusia se ha negado a colaborar con las Naciones Unidas con el fin de erradicar la problemática. Y así existen en muchísimos otros conflictos. Por eso, precisamente por eso, porque el mismo caso en el que la proposición argumenta esto, es que las guerras siguen existiendo en el mundo. Luego se ha hablado de una falacia del falso consecuente. Se dijo que la Alemania había entrado en una guerra, que la Guerra Fría también había ocurrido, que Uriburu también había entrado en una guerra y simplemente por el mero hecho de creer que las cosas mejoraron una vez que esos elementos internacionales estaban siendo frenados. Que la situación haya mejorado una vez que se haya dado la espalda a ciertas argumentaciones no tiene por qué mencionar en lo más mínimo que quiera decir, porque negar los elementos internacionales es fructífero y para nada se acerca a su argumentación. Luego se ha mencionado de que lo que desea el equipo de la proposición es que se alarguen estos conflictos. Estaríamos muy interesados en entender cómo se podría alargar un conflicto si se vela por el derecho internacional humanitario. Es importante que todos los miembros de esta asamblea comprendan la importancia de regirse por las bases de un derecho internacional humanitario, que ha mostrado claras mejorías en muchas situaciones. Y con esto es que llego al pie para dar un tercer argumento para el sistema de la oposición.
Sobre ese punto.
Denegado. Se ha hablado de que simplemente se alargaría y que velar por estos constructos internacionales sería tan solo una pérdida de tiempo y que quizás es más fácil ir a una guerra preventiva y que el conflicto se termine más rápido. Que lo haría, porque quizás ya no existe para el final del día un grupo con el cual pelear. Y así es que nos preguntamos, ¿qué es lo que solucionan estos órganos internacionales? A nivel interno, por ejemplo, solucionan que el País Vasco no tenga una semejante disputa con España, denegado. Que la República Turca de Chipre, con Chipre, no tenga un conflicto a gran escala. Que la Sahara Occidental no tenga un conflicto con Marruecos, o que Somalilandia no lo tenga con Somalia. Y a nivel internacional, capaz que Venezuela no invada Guyana, o que España y el Reino Unido no lleguen a una enorme pelea o guerra preventiva tan solo porque en Gibraltar surgió un grupo que quizás afecte al modelo en el que funciona el Reino Unido o España. o quizás Estados Unidos o Irán podrían llegar a un tremendo conflicto si se parte por el debate de la proposición. Y por último caso en India y en Pakistán. Tan solo imaginemos qué podría suceder en todos estos debates, en todos estos conflictos, si se ignorase al derecho internacional como lo planea la proposición. Denegado. En hecho, todos estos conflictos no han crecido por el mero hecho de que se ha velado por el derecho internacional. Y además, esto lo podemos ver claramente porque muchos países prefieren no accionar de esta manera de estas guerras preventivas, porque por supuesto que la ONU va a llevar cascos azules y llevar corredores humanitarios con el fin de erradicar la situación y con el fin de proteger los derechos humanos. Y así es como llegamos a un cuarto argumento, que es ¿y qué pasa después? ¿Qué pasa después de que se dé un veredicto hipotético para el equipo de la proposición cuando todos y cada uno de nosotros salgamos de este auditorio? ¿Cuál es el impacto que eso va a tener en la historia de aquí en adelante? ¿Y cuál es el impacto a nivel internacional que esto va a tener? Nunca más confianza por las Naciones Unidas. Nunca más confianza por la Corte Internacional de Justicia. ¿Para qué vamos a confiar en el Consejo de Seguridad, sus cascos azules y sus corredores humanitarios si no son necesarios, si podemos ir directamente a una guerra preventiva? ¿Cuál es el punto en confiar en todos esos constructos internacionales que hemos creado a lo largo del tiempo si tan solo es más fácil para frenar el conflicto ir a una guerra preventiva y que cueste lo que cueste, pero es más fácil? Entonces, lo que es importante entender es el enorme impacto que peligra contra la comunidad internacional que puede tener si este debate prevalece para la proposición. Por eso es importantísimo y por eso se defiende con esta vehemencia por parte de la oposición. Porque es crucial que esta moción caiga inmediatamente. Muchas gracias a todos por su tiempo.
El tiempo es de 7 minutos 53 segundos.
Muchas gracias. Invitamos ahora a la tercera oradora del equipo de la proposición.
Bueno, empiezo en 3, 2, 1. La guerra no es gratis. Por eso, el equipo de la proposición quiere evitar que llegue a mayores. Buenas tardes, soy Julieta Rabino, la tercera oradora del equipo de la proposición. Y voy a deliberar mi discurso en 3 puntos de choque. Pero primero me gustaría recordarles lo que el equipo de la proposición ha logrado probar durante todo este debate. Primero, cómo las guerras preventivas pueden evitar problemas y tensiones a largo plazo. Y segundo, cómo las guerras preventivas pueden llevar a la paz mundial en mayor probabilidad y en menor plazo. Luego de dar los 3 puntos de choque, voy a estar haciendo un repaso sobre los 3 argumentos del equipo de la proposición durante todo este debate. Para pasar a mi primer punto de choque, escuchamos por parte del equipo de la oposición por qué no es necesario. ¿Por qué? Porque hay organismos con la capacidad de mediar y sobrellevar estos conflictos. Entonces, antes de que se genere un conflicto, tendríamos que recurrir a los organismos que pueden ayudarnos. Nos encantaría que el lado de la proposición funcionara, pero hoy en día no es así. Entonces no podemos pretender basar una moción que habla del presente en algo que nos encantaría que fuera, algo que tendríamos que hacer. No, gracias. Sin embargo, para esto tenemos 2 respuestas, suponiendo que el caso de la proposición funcionara. Primero, fallaron en probar la efectividad de los organismos. Sí, quizás envían gente que salva vidas a los países, pero ¿el conflicto ha terminado? No, señoras y señores, el conflicto sigue estando. Entonces, sí, quizás salven vidas, sí, quizás colaboren en gran medida, y eso no hay que desmeritarlo, pero el conflicto no ha acabado, y hasta que el conflicto no acabe, las personas no paran de morir, no paramos de perder vidas, no paramos de tener más gastos. Entonces, como segunda respuesta, tenemos que en realidad sí es necesario, porque como el equipo de la proposición ha demostrado, porque como el equipo de la proposición ha demostrado, es que si nosotros nada más decimos, bueno, esperemos a que ellos acudan a la ONU, esperemos a que ellos tengan que pedir auxilio, porque están muriendo. Entonces, si nosotros dejamos que esto pase, obviamente los conflictos van a llegar a mayor medida. ¿Por qué? Porque si nosotros dejamos que pase más tiempo, se necesita más dinero para mantener la guerra durante un tiempo más prolongado. Se mueren más personas porque la guerra se está manteniendo por un tiempo más prolongado. Estamos teniendo una desmeritación de los organismos internacionales aún mayor, que es de lo que el equipo de la oposición tiene tanto miedo. ¿Por qué? Porque cada vez la guerra se alarga más. Entonces, ¿quién trae los mayores beneficios en este debate? Por su lado, tenemos esta falsa idea de que el conflicto mágicamente se resuelve por la intervención de un organismo internacional que obviamente, como ya ha sido demostrado, no han parado ningún tipo de conflicto hasta ahora. Entonces, ¿qué nos garantiza que en un futuro sí lo hagan? Mientras que de nuestro lado, ahora les doy el permiso, mientras que de nuestro lado entendemos la realidad de que una guerra preventiva significa un gasto humano menor y además de eso un gasto económico menor. ¿Por qué? Porque no estamos permitiendo que escale, no estamos permitiendo que continúe. Ahora sí tomo tu punto.
Si una guerra preventiva es diseñada para evitar una guerra, entonces ¿qué es una guerra preventiva?
Bueno, como ya definimos ambos equipos de la proposición, una guerra preventiva, ambos equipos del debate, perdón, una guerra preventiva justamente lo que busca, como valga la redundancia, es prevenir que se llegue a un conflicto mayor, como definió el equipo de la proposición. Entonces, si nosotros tenemos la necesidad de llevar a cabo un conflicto mucho menor para evitar un gasto mayor, que es de lo que tanto miedo y de lo que tanto tememos ambos lados de la Cámara, porque no es exclusivo de ningún lado. Ahora sí, voy a pasar a mi segundo punto de choque. Escuchamos por parte del equipo de la oposición que los recursos y los efectos van a ser peores, es decir, vamos a gastar más recursos llevando una guerra preventiva y vamos a tener más muertes, porque según ellos, el equipo de la proposición no tiene en cuenta los gastos que implican las guerras. ¿Es que acaso no leímos la moción? ¿Es que acaso no entendemos que ambos equipos reconocen que las guerras preventivas son un mal? Lo que estamos debatiendo es si son necesarias o no. Déjenme decirles que el equipo... No, gracias. Entonces, no solo estamos diciendo cómo es completamente falso que el equipo de la proposición no comprende el riesgo que conlleva llevar una guerra preventiva, sino que además lo que nosotros estamos haciendo es prevenir que hayan más países involucrados, un mayor gasto humano económico, un mayor número de muertes, una mayor desestimación de los organismos internacionales. Porque claro, señoras y señores, si nosotros prevenimos que algo tan malo como una guerra permanezca en el tiempo porque estamos esperando a que mágicamente nos caiga una ayuda que no va a llegar y que no llega rápidamente, obviamente, todos estos efectos negativos van a volver. Ahora sí, tomo tu punto.
¿Qué agenda o qué punto de la proposición deja establecido de que no va a haber mayor cantidad de muertes porque la guerra va a quedar únicamente en una guerra preventiva?
Perfecto, como estamos hablando de guerras preventivas, señoras y señores, nosotros ya explicamos una y otra vez que una guerra preventiva es una guerra en menor medida, es un conflicto no pequeño, pero menor que una guerra como la que puede haber sido una guerra mundial. Entonces, si nosotros estamos diciendo, obviamente, un conflicto menor, van a haber menor cantidad de gasto. Es decir, lo que ambos equipos estamos buscando. Ahora sí, voy a pasar al punto de choque número 3. Por parte del equipo de la oposición, escuchamos cómo hay otras maneras de frenar las guerras. Y los conflictos que continúan son porque no han velado por los derechos humanos, porque claro, ellos establecen que los conflictos que han terminado han sido aquellos en los que los países han velado por los derechos humanos. Entonces, aquellos que permanecen en guerra, ¿acaso no piensan en las personas que están incluidas? ¿Es acaso eso lo que está diciendo oposición? Sin embargo, no, gracias. Sin embargo, por parte de la proposición, nos gustaría decir cómo el equipo de la oposición no está siguiendo la moción. Siguen estableciendo si una guerra es mala o buena. Siguen diciendo, bueno, sí, tenemos otras soluciones, pero la guerra es mala. Y sí, señoras y señores, obviamente la guerra es mala. Eso está establecido en la moción. Lo que nosotros estamos diciendo... No, gracias. Lo que nosotros estamos diciendo es que sí es necesaria una guerra. ¿Por qué? Porque como ya se ha probado reiteradas veces, los organismos internacionales por ahora no funcionan, no han frenado conflicto. Entonces, me gustaría comentar, en el mejor de los casos del equipo de la oposición, los países que no acceden a la ONU es porque no quieren. Entonces, si todos quisiéramos acceder a la ONU y todos pudiéramos y tuviéramos la posibilidad, ¿por qué siguen habiendo conflictos armados? Muchas gracias.
El tiempo es de 7 minutos 32 segundos.
Muchas gracias. Invitamos ahora al tercer orador del equipo de la oposición.
Empiezo en 3, 2, 1. El equipo de la oposición a lo largo de todo el debate no ha velado por la paz, no ha velado por los derechos, únicamente ha velado por la violencia. Han intentado justificar mediante sus intentos de argumentos que se puede llevar a una paz mundial mediante un exterminio rápido, mediante un conflicto que se lleve a cabo en poco tiempo, mediante un inicio de ataques prácticamente. Entonces, a partir de aquí, y como tercer orador del equipo de la oposición, empezaré a dar ciertas refutaciones para empezar a tirar abajo el caso de la oposición y dejar en claro por qué esta moción debe caer. Primero arrancan diciendo que las guerras son comunes y que la violencia nunca es justificada. Es verdad, las guerras son comunes. Hay guerras en el mundo, hay conflictos, hay gente matándose y muriéndose. ¿Y son comunes? Obviamente que son comunes. Las podemos ver, pero al mismo tiempo dan la razón de que esta violencia es violencia injustificada. ¿Qué pasa? Ellos justifican que existan las guerras porque siguen existiendo conflictos. Y como siguen existiendo conflictos, estas guerras deben seguir existiendo. Del mismo modo acusan al equipo de la oposición de no querer hacer que las guerras paren. Es verdad, no queremos que paren las guerras. Queremos que directamente no se desarrolle. Por eso pensamos que esta moción lo único que intenta es justificar los inicios de cese de ataques. No, muchas gracias. Han aceptado que estas guerras afectan tanto a las naciones, al comercio, a las relaciones y a los civiles. Y a eso quería llegar. Toda guerra en el mundo, sea preventiva, sea tradicional, afecta principalmente a la población civil. Y esto es lo que el equipo de la proposición trata de justificar. Tratan de justificar la violencia ejercida sobre los grupos de personas vulnerables, que son obviamente siempre los afectados por todo tipo de guerra, sea preventiva, sea tradicional, sea de la forma que sea. Dicen que el equipo de la oposición no está dispuesto a tomar un riesgo, que únicamente esperamos a que las cosas se solucionen mágicamente. Déjenme decirles que esto es falso, es una falacia. Lo que trata de hacer el equipo de la proposición, mediante disminuir las soluciones reales que existen, como son las propuestas por la CIJ, como son las propuestas por la ONU, o como es lo que está prácticamente establecido por los convenios de Ginebra, es justamente buscar soluciones reales. Tomar un riesgo no es matar gente civil. Sí, dígame.
Si ningún país está dispuesto a acudir a lo bueno, entonces la guerra va a ser de igual forma, o sea que su punto no tiene sentido.
Perdón, muchísimas gracias. Y a eso también quería llegar. Si aún existen guerras, no es porque no puede solucionar nada la ONU, sino porque existen países que ignoran a la ONU y que ignoran la abogación por los derechos. Países como Rusia, por ejemplo, que invaden libremente y matan a millones de civiles porque justamente ignoran todos los derechos humanos que son ejercidos. Ahora, niegan que una guerra preventiva sea una guerra. Dicen que en realidad es simplemente una forma de terminar rápido un conflicto. Dígame.
Si ustedes dicen que la alternativa es la ONU y los países no quieren acceder a la ONU, ¿cómo es que no van a llegar a la guerra de su lado?
El problema, muchas gracias, el problema es que si existen países que no quieren llegar a la ONU, ahí es donde se deben aplicar las sanciones internacionales que para algo existen. Esa es la cuestión básica por la que también existe la ONU. Es una presión ejercida sistemáticamente para evitar que ciertos conflictos surjan o que ciertos conflictos se agranden. Ha mencionado el segundo orador del equipo de la oposición que hay muchísimos conflictos actualmente que no han desarrollado o que no se está desarrollando una guerra que podrían dispararse si se aceptara lo que propone el equipo de la proposición. Casos internos como puede ser el País Vasco con España o Somalilandia con Somalia, o casos internacionales como lo puede ser India-Pakistán, como lo puede ser España y Reino Unido por Gibraltar. Son todos casos que justamente la ONU ya de por sí ejerce esta presión para que no se desarrollen de una forma en la que terminen matando civiles, que es lo único que trata de justificar de vuelta el equipo de la oposición. No, muchas gracias. Hablan de que esperar a que el conflicto lo solucionen las instituciones internacionales que para eso mismo existen, únicamente es un incentivo para que más países entren justamente a estas guerras. Bueno, déjenme decirles que lo que ellos plantean es un inicio de ataques justificado, un inicio de ataques sobre un país o un grupo que también tiene a sus aliados. Lo que también, irónicamente, es un incentivo para iniciar una guerra y que se terminen uniendo muchísimos más países y que el impacto sea mucho mayor a nivel global. Porque si un país A ataca a un país B, no se va a terminar rápido porque lo hicieron en poco tiempo, sino que se van a sumar el país C y D, que son aliados de estos países, a también seguir peleando. Por lo que sí, una guerra preventiva es el inicio de un desarrollo de una guerra tradicional en el que se terminan muriendo muchísimas más personas. Y a esto también quiero sumar. La Guerra Fría no fue una guerra, fue únicamente una escalada en tensiones que no terminaron derivando en ataques bélicos. Y a eso también se suma el ejemplo que ha dado el primer orador del equipo de la oposición con este teniente de la URSS que aparentemente había identificado un inminente ataque por parte de los Estados Unidos y que evitó una guerra nuclear a gran escala justamente al no dar la orden de que se inicie una represalia contra estos presuntos ataques que de vuelta fueron falsos. Entonces, antes de pasar al resumen, sí, ellos no quieren que pare la guerra, es lo que dijo el equipo de la proposición. Exactamente, el equipo de la oposición no quiere que pare la guerra, el equipo de la oposición quiere que no haya guerra, no, muchas gracias. Dicho todo esto, voy a pasar a hacer un resumen de todo lo que fue el caso del equipo de la oposición. El primer argumento habla de la no necesidad de una guerra, de buscar otros medios muchísimo más diplomáticos y muchísimo más pacíficos para tratar de solventar conflictos que se vienen dando a escala mundial. Dígame.
Siguiendo con su lógica de cómo van a hacer que los países no entren en guerra si supuestamente los países son los que quieren estar en guerra.
Porque justamente, y como lo he mencionado y como lo ha mencionado también el segundo orador de la oposición, estos países tienen la presión constante de la CIJ, tienen la presión constante de la ONU y tienen la presión constante de lo establecido en los convenios de Ginebra para tener justamente los límites y no poder pasarse, porque saben que si lo hacen llegarían conflictos económicos, llegarían embargos y llegarían problemas de mucha mayor escala. Por eso los estados de por sí no quieren entrar en conflictos y por eso los conflictos, hay millones de disputas que no llegan a un conflicto bélico. No, muchas gracias. Entonces, la no necesidad habla de que se puede mediar y suponiendo que existe un caso donde no se pueda mediar, donde la ONU no puede interactuar, sigue sin haber un criterio lógico. Y suponiendo que siga habiendo un criterio lógico, incluso este criterio lógico puede estar equivocado, como fue el caso histórico que hablamos durante la Guerra Fría, y no, muchas gracias. Hablamos de los efectos peores que se pueden dar, como por ejemplo el gasto económico o la división, una grieta mundial muchísimo más amplia por el inicio de más y más conflictos, y de la deslegitimación de la ONU, de la CIJ y también de los convenios de Ginebra. Imaginen un mundo en el que todo esto no existiera, una anarquía total a nivel mundial. Entonces se pueden arrancar guerras preventivas, no preventivas, se puede hacer prácticamente cualquier cosa. No podemos atacar todos libremente para solventar hasta el conflicto más pequeño que tengamos. Las consecuencias serían altísimas. La cantidad de muertos, la cantidad de gente afectada, la cantidad de países destrozados serían muchísimo más altas de las que vemos actualmente, que justamente son mediadas por estos organismos que para algo existen. También la influencia internacional a nivel exponencial, todos los otros conflictos que se desatarían en cadena, como lo ha bien planteado el segundo orador. Y por último, el impacto en el derecho mundial en adelante, la falta de diplomacia, lo que genera justamente que ya no exista el diálogo, sino únicamente la violencia. ¿Ok? Dicho todo esto, vamos a repasar las cargas de prueba que ha dado el equipo de la oposición. ¿Que el costo humanitario justifica? No, nunca justifica matar personas para solventar pequeños desacuerdos. ¿Que existe un criterio objetivo? Tampoco, porque puede fallar. ¿Y que los beneficios serían mayores a los perjuicios? Jamás, porque existen países que siguen estando destrozados. Dicho esto, cerramos el caso de la oposición. Muchísimas gracias.
El tiempo es de 8 minutos 21 segundos. Ahora ambos equipos tienen 1 minuto para preparar su discurso de réplica. primer minuto ha pasado. Durante el curso de réplica, el tiempo será marcado por señales 1, 2, 3 y un doble aplauso en el 4. Con eso invitamos a la oposición a dar su discurso de réplica.
Empiezo en 3, 2, 1. La proposición en este debate no puede prevalecer bajo ningún punto de vista por el mero hecho de romantizar las guerras y por el hecho de intentar demostrar que pueden llegar a ser beneficiosas tan solo para cesar conflictos. Y sí, lo serán, puesto que el conflicto terminará cuando una de las partes ya no exista más y cuando no haya con quien entrar en conflicto. Pero para entender bien el debate y entender la importancia de qué hacemos con ese tren, qué hacemos con esa palanca, es importante salir del rol de la proposición, abstraerme del rol del debate y analizar cómo se dieron los eventos a lo largo de este debate. Se discutió sobre el propósito. ¿Cuál es el propósito de estas guerras preventivas? ¿Cuál es el impacto en el mundo que van a tener? ¿Y verdaderamente sirve el status quo o se debe cambiar? Al hablar del propósito, la proposición llegó diciendo que las guerras preventivas previenen guerras, a lo que la oposición preguntó, ¿las guerras preventivas previenen guerras? ¿O no son guerras las guerras preventivas? Y a esto sumó, estas guerras preventivas, dijo la proposición, previenen daños. Y así fue como demostró el equipo de la oposición todas esas situaciones donde se dieron guerras y donde se dieron daños en consecuencia de esas guerras. Y una guerra preventiva cumple con cada uno de todos esos daños por donde se rige una guerra. Así sumó otro punto a la proposición, que terminaría la guerra preventiva y nunca comenzaría una guerra común, una guerra, pero nunca se ha mencionado en dónde termina esa guerra preventiva y dónde comienza esa guerra, según lo que dice la proposición, por ende simplemente nos queda en el aire ese punto. Y luego la oposición llegó diciendo: las guerras preventivas matan gente, generan daños económicos y pierden la fiabilidad de las organizaciones internacionales, además de crear mayores grietas en el actual mundo. Por ende, ¿cuál es el verdadero propósito? La oposición ha demostrado claramente que es solo un camino de largas contingencias que nos llevan a tener que elegir en la palanca para ese tren. ¿Cuál es el impacto en el mundo? Tuvimos una proposición que primero dijo que se sumarían menos países, porque era una guerra preventiva. Luego recogimos cable y resulta que se sumarían más países. Y luego que estos países ayudarían a cesar el conflicto. A lo que apareció una oposición que dijo, en primer lugar, a más países, más polaridad va a haber, porque siempre se va a tomar un partido ideológico y político por cada uno de esos países. Entonces eso sumaría a la grieta de la que estamos discutiendo y sumaría a la problemática del debate. Por ende, no tiene ningún tipo de impacto positivo en el mundo el llevar una guerra preventiva. Además, así se llevó a cabo por la oposición el argumento de que es correlativo y todo el tiempo es un ciclo en el que se suman países para seguir aportando a esas guerras preventivas, que no son preventivas, que son guerras, y para seguir sumándole contexto a esas guerras que se buscan para una prevención, pero que en el fin son simplemente lo que juran odiar, una guerra. Y así llegamos al último punto. ¿Cuál es el verdadero? ¿Deberíamos confiar en estos constructos internacionales que tenemos? ¿Por qué deberíamos confiar en la ONU si no resuelve los antiguos problemas? ¿O por qué deberíamos confiar en los estatutos que tenemos actualmente? Una proposición nos dijo que no deberíamos, porque es inservible. Y una oposición dijo que no, que dichas organizaciones tienen todos los elementos para prevenir esos conflictos. Pero la decisión para prevenir esos conflictos es de nosotros, pura y exclusivamente de nosotros. Entonces, quizás afuera puedan seguir discutiendo aquellos países a ver si de verdad les interesa que dejen de morir ciudadanos en sus territorios. Pero aquí, en este recinto, la primera decisión para dónde gira la palanca para parar el tren es pura y absolutamente de ustedes, estimados jurados. Muchas gracias a todos.
El tiempo es de 4 minutos 13 segundos.
Gracias. Invitamos ahora a la segunda oradora del equipo de la proposición para cerrar el debate de hoy.
El equipo de la oposición se pasó todo su caso hablando y enfocándose en los países en conflicto y cómo deberían acudir a la ONU, cómo esta es su solución para el problema. Plantearon una irrealidad, que uno, no mecanizaron cómo esto sería posible y número dos, no terminaron de probar cómo es que esto no es necesario. En este discurso de réplica, 3 preguntas principales. La primera pregunta siendo, ¿son necesarias las guerras preventivas debido a que, 1, son la mejor alternativa para resolver los conflictos? 2, son más los beneficios que recibimos que los impactos? Y número 3, ¿es lógico? La respuesta a estas 3 preguntas es un claro y certero sí. ¿Por qué? Vamos con la primera pregunta, que dice sobre la mejor alternativa. Recibimos del equipo de la oposición cómo es que la ONU es la solución, que la ONU es la mejor alternativa, ya que sí funciona, solamente que los países que no acceden a ella es porque no quieren. Lo que tenemos en esto es que, 1, ONU no es la solución. ¿Cómo es que ONU sería capaz de resolver los conflictos que hasta los mismos países tienen muchas dificultades en resolver? No hubo mecanización. Número 2, aunque ONU fuera capaz y hubiéramos recibido una mecanización, ¿cómo es que la ONU se podría encargarse de tantos conflictos que hay, que hasta los mismos países tienen conflicto en resolverlos? ¿Cómo es que la ONU se podría encargar de tantos que hay? Número 3, aunque la ONU nos hubiera traído mecanización y se pudiera encargar de tantos conflictos mundiales, ellos dicen que los países, que esto sí funciona, pero los países no acceden debido a que no quieren. Entonces, siguiendo su lógica, ellos al mismo tiempo quieren que no hayan guerras. Entonces dicen que ellos traen la solución, que es ONU, que los países que no acceden a ella es porque no quieren, pero de su lado ellos traen que no van a haber guerras. Pero ¿cómo es esto viable? Si tenemos por un lado que tenemos 2 ideas que no van de la mano. Entonces, aunque su solución fuera viable, las naciones no la eligen. Entonces no va a pasar. Si ellos mismos nos dijeron que las naciones no las eligen, ¿cómo es que no van a tener guerra de su lado? De nuevo, una realidad, nos trajeron esta idea de que la ONU va a llevar a cabo sanciones, pero aunque esto pasara, aunque la ONU trajera sanciones, no probaron cómo es que la ONU fundamenta traer sanciones, pero aunque pasara, ¿qué asegura que los países las van a cumplir? Entonces, esta idea de que ONU es la solución no es real porque los países no la eligen. Aunque fuera la solución, los países no la eligen. Entonces, de su lado, sí va a haber guerra porque los países no van a elegir ONU como ellos dijeron. Entonces, nosotros de nuestro lado somos mejores porque traemos una guerra preventiva que es necesaria. Su caso funcionaría y sería relevante si pudieran garantizar que van a parar las guerras, pero no pudieron traer este punto. Ellos intentaron de basar su caso en una solución alternativa que traían, la cual no funciona. Nos basamos todos los casos discutiendo sobre una solución alternativa que no es posible, no es viable, por ende no sucedería, por ende tampoco pudieron probar cómo es necesaria. Si no es relevante, es mucho más necesaria nuestra alternativa de guerra preventiva, porque de su lado ya no tienen a ONU porque no funciona. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que tienen? ¿Una guerra a mayor escala? ¿Qué es lo que tienen? La segunda pregunta sobre la lógica. La segunda pregunta sobre los beneficios, que hay más beneficios que impactos. De su lado nos trajeron cómo es que van a haber muchos más impactos hacia la gente, porque van a haber guerras, pero de nuestro lado trajimos cómo es que hay menos impactos, menos gente, menos incentivos para países a meterse, entonces menos países se meten a esta guerra y también tenemos menos impactos y impactos a menor escala, asegurando una paz mundial a menor escala. Nosotros de nuestro lado nos estamos acercando a la paz mundial y más rápidamente. El tercer punto de la tercera pregunta sobre la lógica, nos trajeron cómo esto no es lógico, pero no pudieron probar cómo es que no es necesario. No todo el tiempo nos trajeron alternativas de lógico, de beneficios. Nosotros sabemos que es malo, pero es un mal necesario. Muchas gracias.
El tiempo es de 4 minutos 10 segundos. Al terminar los jueces y la quedan hacia afuera.
Igual. Después, cuando necesitas.
El tiempo.
Ay, it's like
Okay.
Bueno, desde Zoom podrán confirmar si nos escuchan.
Hola, sí, se escucha. Buenas
Por lo
tardes.
menos aquí se escucha re bien.
Gracias. Perfecto. Bueno, muchas gracias a todos por quedarse. Les pedimos disculpas por la demora, pero bueno, también es una instancia que amerita que los jueces puedan dar devoluciones que sean lo suficientemente acabadas para justificar su decisión, que los chicos puedan tener el tiempo que necesitan para prepararse. Así que eso explica un poco la demora, pero igualmente les pedimos disculpas. La idea es ahora empezar con la ceremonia de entrega de premios. Vamos a empezar, mientras esperamos que los jueces deliberen respecto de la final de recién, con la primera serie de premios, que es para aquellos alumnos que participaron del equipo nacional este año, y para los adjudicadores también. Una de las novedades que introdujimos este año fue la posibilidad de que jueces o profesores de los distintos colegios puedan juzgar a nivel internacional, así que vamos a reconocerlos también a ellos porque se prepararon muchísimo y también permitieron que Argentina sea becada en un torneo internacional para participar gracias a la cantidad de jueces que presentamos. Así que vamos a empezar entonces con el premio al National Team 2024. Y llamamos entonces adelante a Inés Clopet, Fabricio Giacomino, Santino Concina, Álvaro de Pedro y José. Se pueden poner ahí. ¿Qué tal, Álvaro? Y nos faltan Inés y Fabricio, que estaban por acá igual. Genial. Mientras tanto, ahora vamos con Fran y Ese, que están ahí deliberando, pero invitamos también a los adjudicadores que nos representaron en UBC Debate Tournament, y ellos son Natalia Facilione, que está acá por Zoom, Verónica Zapata, Leonardo Pantaleo, Cristian Concina, Petra Albapose y Francisco Solís. Le voy a hacer el tuyo. ¡Ay, Álvaro! Muchas gracias. No, ustedes. Pueden ponerse hasta todos juntos. Pon a Álvaro. Donde haga. Ponelo a Álvaro.
Right. Y más o menos que
En segundo lugar vamos a premiar a los 10 mejores oradores de la Copa Ombú de este año. Esto es el torneo en español que agrupa a alumnos de entre 15 y 18 años a nivel nacional. Y hemos tenido más de 200 participantes para 2024, así que esto, llegar al top 10 es un montón. Sabemos que varios están acá, así que si están pueden pasar al frente, y si no, y hay alguien del colegio en representación, puede pasar. Si no, lo guardamos. Si hay en Zoom, claro, pueden abrir el micrófono, así los vemos también. Bueno, empezamos. En el puesto número 10 tenemos a Candela Merli de Colegio Patri. Puesto número 9. Esperen que... Ahí estamos. Tenemos a Yael Becker Spielberg de Colegio Tarbut. En el octavo puesto tenemos un empate de todas estas personas que tenían el mismo puntaje. Los nombramos a todos y después aplaudimos. María José Correas de Colegio Isei, Alana Jacobo de Instituto Carlos Tejedor, Elena Mineto Bosnelli de Islands International School y Juan Bautista Rodríguez Lamalfa de Colegio San Jorge de Olvida. Alana, creo que te vi por acá en Zoom.
Acá estoy. Buenas.
Felicitaciones.
Muchas gracias.
En el séptimo puesto tenemos a Nicolás Seton de Colegio Tarbut. Sexto puesto para Valentina Carusillo de Instituto José María Paz. Los que están en Zoom, quédense tranquilos que después vamos a enviarles el certificado digital a sus colegios directamente. Para el quinto puesto tenemos a Sofía Sang de Escuela Nacional. Cuarto puesto para Juan Bautista Filoy de Southern International School.
Felicitaciones.
Tercer puesto para Micaela Rodríguez de Colegio San Jorge de Olvida. Segundo puesto para Ali Paracat de Instituto José María Paz. Acá creo que te estamos viendo, Micaela. Felicitaciones. Y primer puesto para Fabricio Checa. Vamos ahora con los premiados del torneo Acorn Cup. Esto es el torneo de juniors en idioma inglés, que son los primeros 3 años de colegio secundario. El formato es el mismo, les pedimos por favor a los que estén que pasen al frente y los que no, acá por Zoom pueden abrir el micrófono, así los vemos. Vamos a pasar a inglés. The 10th place is a tie between Alba Sburlati from Mar del Plata Day School and Catalina Sofía Lan from St. Andrews Scott School. In the 9th place, we have Conrado Taboas him. We think we are on Zoom. If you want to open your microphone. Or maybe you don't worry. In the 8th place, we have Delfina Brugna from Dover High School. We can meanwhile call the 7th place for María Emilia Pampillo from Colegio Manuel Belgrano. We see Lola, very happy from Colegio Manuel Belgrano, but if María Emilia is here...
Yes, I'm here in the Zoom.
Hey, congratulations. 6th place for Frida Settler from Colegio North Hills. Fifth place for Ana Cuatriocho from Colegio Pato. Fourth place, a tie again, with a lot of speakers. Emma Ruben from Highlands International School, Felicita González from Quilmes High School, Lola Sargoni from Colegio Manuel Belgrano, Inés Bernal from Colegio San Jorge Godoy Cruz, Valentino Carrivale from Colegio del Carmen, and Rocío Alonso Pano from Dover High School.
I'm on the Zoom, I'm not on face to face.
Lola, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Third place for Clementina Pasos Safowal from Quilmes High School. We think you're here on Zoom. There you are.
Yes, I'm here.
Great, congratulations. Second place for Sofía Glover from Colegio San Jorge And first place of the Acorn Cup for Juana Echeverri from Santiago. Again, the Acorn Cup had more than 200 speakers this year, so it's a great prize to be between the 10 top, right? And now finally, before we go to the national and regional champions, let's do the same for the Oak Cup. We are going to call you. If you are in the ranking, please come forward or open your mic on Zoom, okay? So in the 10th place, we have a tie between Santiago Pérez Junqueira from Colegio Marista Champañat and Malena We will then share with you all of the pictures, so don't worry. 9th place for Morena de Francesco Beruti from Holy Mary of Northern Hills. Morena is over here. Then we will send the digital certificate, okay? 8th place for Juan Bautista Filoy from Southern International. 7th place for Gal Rubel from Escuela Horta Argentina, sede Belgrano. 6th place for Sol Greener from Colegio Tartu. 5th place for Fabricio Giacomino from Colegio. 4th place for Bianca Inamorati.
Thank you very much.
Bianca, there you are. Congratulations. Third place for Lucía Martínez Cano. Second place for Celeste González. And finally, first place for Inés Clopet. The picture! Y ahora vamos a hacer un reconocimiento a los nuevos colegios que se unieron en 2024. Nuestro compromiso es para el año que viene seguir incorporando nuevas escuelas y crear nuevas regiones a lo largo y a lo ancho del país. Así que invitamos a algún representante de las nuevas escuelas a que se uniera a Zoom para poder compartir este reconocimiento y luego les vamos a enviar el certificado digital. Y las nuevas escuelas, podemos aplaudirlas a todas, son SGS Loma Verde Bilingual School, Northfield College, Colegio Mark Twain, Colegio Norwich, Instituto Ahí vemos a Alana del Instituto Carlos Tejedor, después les enviamos los certificados.
Muchas gracias.
Gracias.
A los jueces, pero antes de eso vamos a hacer dos cosas. Uno, vamos a nombrar al Motions Committee que va a entrar en funciones a partir del 2025. Otra de las cosas que nos propusimos es empezar a incorporar a miembros de los colegios a la asociación para que trabajen con nosotros en determinadas tareas. Y la primera fue el Motions Committee, que es un comité que se va a encargar de definir los temas que los chicos van a debatir durante el año que viene. Así que vamos a nombrar a los miembros que fueron seleccionados. Para esto hubo que aplicar y el comité ejecutivo eligió a los miembros cuya aplicación parecía más adecuada. Así que creo que Malena se fue, ¿no es cierto? Pero los podemos aplaudir. Ellos son Natalia Faciglione, de Mar del Plata Day School, Malena Sarabí, que es una ADA member, y Bea Avena, que es de Colegio ISEI. Y ahora, antes de esto, vamos a llamar a Francisco Sánchez y a Ezequiel Moliterno, que fueron entrenador y juez a nivel nacional en UBC y en WSTC. Justo Fran estaba afuera deliberando, así que lo llamamos. Vamos a darles un fuerte aplauso porque han... A que dé la devolución del debate de recién y luego cerramos con los campeones regionales.
Bueno, buenas tardes de vuelta. Entonces, bueno, antes que nada, nuevamente gracias a los dos colegios por haber estado hoy acá. Felicitaciones a ustedes, a sus entrenadores, al colegio en sí, por haber llegado a esta instancia. Realmente disfrutamos mucho del debate. Y un síntoma de eso es que nos costó mucho llegar a una decisión final. Un panel de 5 fue una decisión que no fue unánime. 3 jueces votaron a favor del equipo ganador, otros 2 jueces lo hicieron a favor del equipo contrario, así que como verán fue un debate muy cerrado, así que felicitaciones a ustedes por esta calidad de debate que demostraron el día de hoy. Tenemos pocos comentarios generales para hacer antes de zambullirnos ya en el debate en sí. Disfrutamos mucho de las interacciones que hubo a nivel de aclaraciones, la cantidad que hicieron y la intensidad en el buen sentido que también demostraron en ese tipo de interacciones. Sí recuerden que a partir de la tercera aclaración que aceptan ya empieza a ser estratégicamente una decisión un poco cuestionable. Uno no quiere no aceptar nada, pero tampoco quiere aceptar demasiadas. Eso ténganlo en cuenta pensando en el futuro también. Ahora sí, vamos directo entonces a los temas que vimos en el debate del día de hoy. Podríamos resumirlos, creemos como panel, en 3 preguntas. La primera ¿es este tipo de guerra preventiva necesario, un mal necesario, mejor dicho, porque no hay alternativas? En segundo lugar, ¿es un mal necesario porque evita un incremento en los costos económicos y humanos que supone un conflicto de estas características y en comparación uno que no sea preventivo? Y en tercer lugar, ¿es un mal necesario porque conduce a lo que ambos equipos quieren, que es evitar este tipo de conflictos, es decir, porque lleva a la prevención? En primer lugar, respecto a las alternativas, escuchamos un equipo de la proposición que se paró aquí en el día de hoy y dijo que todas las alternativas que tenemos en el status quo, incluyendo aquellas que luego trajo el equipo de la oposición, han resultado ser ineficientes. Desde la ONU hasta las Cortes no han logrado sus objetivos, son ineficientes en lo que tiene que ver con la garantía de aquello que ambos equipos quieren, que es sostener la paz, y por lo tanto tenemos que creer que entonces las alternativas no son tales, dejándonos solo con la opción de la guerra preventiva como un mal necesario para justamente evitar una escalada mayor. Por el otro lado, el equipo de la oposición sostiene que de hecho tenemos que considerar en términos prácticos que existen casos donde, por ejemplo, hay corredores humanos, donde ya hay organizaciones que van e intervienen, e incluso si no han logrado terminar con los conflictos, han permitido que evitemos alternativas aún peores que las que ya tenemos. Como panel, hubo una parte que consideró que la respuesta del equipo de la oposición había sido insuficiente, pero hubo una parte mayoritaria del panel que de hecho consideró que el equipo de la oposición probó de manera exitosa que las alternativas existen y por lo tanto no es un mal necesario en la medida en que existen otras opciones que no son la guerra preventiva. En ese punto cayó del lado de la oposición. En términos de la pregunta sobre los recursos, es un mal necesario porque justamente evitaría costos humanos y económicos. El equipo de la proposición mecanizó, es decir, explicó, hilvanando causas y consecuencias, cómo es que la alternativa a una guerra preventiva conduce solamente a una mayor escalada en el conflicto, donde empieza a haber incentivos para que países decidan empobrecer a países más débiles, interviniendo en conflictos que generan costos económicos cada vez más altos, así como también pérdidas humanas cada vez más significativas. Por otro lado, el equipo de la oposición sugirió que, de hecho, esto no ocurre de esta manera, que los costos que ya de por sí tienen las guerras preventivas son excesivamente altos y que únicamente sostener este tipo de modelo generaría un ciclo constante de mayor violencia que llevaría a peores gastos, a mayores costos. En este punto, una parte del panel consideró que la respuesta del equipo de la oposición había sido exitosa y que habían logrado demostrar que los costos efectivamente no aumentaban con la alternativa. Pero la parte mayoritaria del panel consideró que en este punto, efectivamente la proposición fue exitosa en sugerirnos que de hecho los costos son mayores cuando no tenemos una guerra preventiva que cuando sí los tenemos, tanto en términos económicos como humanos. Este punto entonces cayó del lado del equipo de la proposición. Llegamos entonces al tercer punto, el más importante, el que decide el debate no por una cuestión de cantidad, sino por una cuestión de relevancia. La pregunta sobre si es un mal necesario porque lleva a una prevención. El equipo de la proposición sugiere que efectivamente, en la medida en que haya una menor escalada del conflicto, tenemos entonces la posibilidad de prevenir a futuro estos conflictos. Aun cuando ambos equipos sostienen que hay una cierta inevitabilidad en esto, una fatalidad del conflicto, la proposición sugiere que de hecho estamos más cerca de una prevención cuando tomamos este tipo de acciones justamente porque se dan en el status quo, entonces tenemos que elegir entre empeorar la situación o resolver el problema. El equipo de la oposición, por el contrario, sugiere que esto solamente lleva a una mayor escalada, que los países intervienen de una manera tal que hace que nunca puedan salir de este conflicto, de este ciclo de violencia constante. Por lo que, de hecho, no habría prevención, tendríamos más bien todo lo contrario, peores conflictos, más pérdidas humanas y mayores costos económicos. Al final del día, una parte de este panel consideró que hubo un equipo que logró aferrarse durante la mayor parte del debate a lo que el debate pedía. Es decir, que debatió aquello que estaba supuesto en el debate y que, si bien para una parte del panel se cometieron errores en términos de delimitar el objeto del tema de la moción, así como también errores en términos de casos concretos que se citan como ejemplos. Aún así todo, una parte mayoritaria del panel consideró que hubo un equipo que logró debatir efectivamente lo que el debate pedía, es decir, un status quo. No era momento de tomar determinadas decisiones prácticas sobre problemas prácticos. Una parte minoritaria del panel consideró que, por otro lado, el equipo que esta vez no se lleva la victoria había sido exitoso en probar que de hecho teníamos que estar debatiendo otro objeto que suponía más bien aspirar a una situación distinta a la que la moción propone. En esa diferencia se jugó nuestra decisión final y finalmente consideramos, en la parte mayoritaria del panel, que el equipo que mejor se atuvo a lo que la definición del debate pedía y que debatió dentro de los límites concretos y prácticos que el debate sugiere fue aquel equipo que esta vez es coronado campeón de la Copa Ambú, y eso es el Colegio Portezuelo.
Bueno, felicitaciones al equipo ganador. Ahora vamos a entregar los premios. Disculpen el acelere, pero es para tratar de terminar lo antes posible porque sabemos que algunos ya se tienen que ir. Les recordamos que los campeones regionales son aquellos, según las reglas que compartimos este año, que obtuvieron el mayor puntaje a nivel regional en las rondas preliminares. Esto es las rondas regionales de la primera mitad del año. Vamos a ir llamándolos, si están pueden pasar al frente, así los aplaudimos. De todas formas vamos a estar circulando las copas regionales en estos días con ustedes, así que vamos a estar mandando mail. Y entonces empezamos. Sí. Sí. El campeón regional de Cuyo es Colegio Justo nos estaban preguntando eso. Campeón regional es aquel que obtuvo el mayor puntaje en su región durante las 3 rondas preliminares regionales de principio de año. Ciudad de Buenos Aires, Colegio Tarbut. Si está el coach o la coach puede pasar, ¿no? Región Córdoba, Instituto José María Paz. Esta semana les escribimos para que pase la copa a ustedes. Región Buenos Aires Sur y Mar del Plata, Quilmes High School. Y por último, Región Buenos Aires Norte, San Andrews Road School. Vamos con los Regional Champions of the Acorn Cup 2024. For Cuyo region, we have Colegio San Jorge. For Buenos Aires South region, Quilmes High School. For Buenos Aires North, Colegio North Hills. Conecten. City of Buenos Aires Region, San Catherine's Moreland School, Belgrano. Mar del Plata Region, Holy Mary of Northern Hills. And now regional champions of the Oak Cup 2024, Cuyo Region, Colegio del Carmen. Buenos Aires South Region, Southern International School. Buenos Aires North Region, San Andrews School. City of Buenos Aires Region, San Catherine's Moreland School, Belgrano. And finally, Mar del Plata Region, Mar del Plata Day School. Oh, and Córdoba Region, I'm sorry, Colegio Alemán de Córdoba. And now, yes, we are going to call the semi-finalists who came today and didn't pass to the finals. You're going to receive a medal. And these are, for the Acorn Cup, St. Andrew Scott School and Instituto Albert Schweitzer. For the Oak Cups, St. Catherine's Moreland School Belgrano and Escuela Horta Argentina, sede Belgrano. And for Copombu, Colegio del Carmen and Colegio San Jorge. Let's go with Colegio del Carmen. And now, yes, National Champions 2024. Again, the runner-ups will have a medal, and then we will give the medal and the cup to the national champion. Okay? So, vamos al revés, en español. Segundo puesto para la Copa OMU 2024, Colegio Marista Champañán. No se preocupen que las copas les van a llegar a todos, lo que pasa es que están en todos lados del país, así que hay que pasarla al colegio que la tiene al que la recibe. Primer puesto del campeón nacional 2024 de la Copa OMU, Colegio Portugués. puesto para Cobley Trinity College. Y primer puesto de la Acorn Cup 2024 para Colegio Patris. Y para la Oak Cup tenemos a Colegio del Carmen como runner-up. Y primer puesto para Colegio Tarbut. Y ahora sabemos que algunos tienen que irse porque viajan a Mendoza y a Mar del Plata en este momento, por eso dejamos el discurso de cierre que preparó Francisco para el final. El que necesite irse puede ir, el que no se puede quedar 5 minutos y Fran va a cerrar con su Invitamos a Francisco Sánchez, miembro del Comité Ejecutivo, a que cierre la
Ya los dejamos ir, les prometemos. Bueno, nada, antes que todo, muchísimas gracias a todos por haber venido. Sabemos que hay familias enteras que han venido desde lugares que no son la ciudad de Buenos Aires o el Gran Buenos Aires y han estado acá y han viajado mucho. No damos por descontado que hayan hecho ese esfuerzo económico también, así que en nombre de todos los que hacemos SADA, muchísimas gracias por haber venido hoy, realmente. Lo que les propongo ahora es simplemente cerrar nuestro año con algunas palabras en nombre de todos los que hacemos el comité. Su orden es corto, nuestro tesorero es muy estricto y pelilargo, entonces como toda la plata fue al fotógrafo y la comida, solo dejó que 3 hojas imprimiéramos, así que es poco, no se dan problemas. Bueno, la fábula es conocida, así como el discurso, un discurso como este que encabeza. Los 2 peces que nadan al comienzo, el tercer pez que se cruza en su camino, la frase que este último suelta, que bien se está en el agua, ¿no? Antes de despedirse. El silencio que le sigue entre los 2 personajes del comienzo antes de que uno suelte finalmente la frase que justificaba todo el relato. ¿Qué es eso? Agua. La ostensible transparencia del mensaje allí cifrado, reverso de la opaca normalidad que envuelve a quienes no saben lo que ven, vuelve forzado cualquier intento de analogía con lo que ha sido nuestro primer año como comité ejecutivo de ADA. No fueron otros, sino circunstancias y elecciones propias las que, imponiéndose, hicieron ingresar un elemento de desajuste a nuestra cotidianeidad. Nunca emprendimos este recorrido sin ser conscientes de dónde íbamos a estar ahora, y por más que los resabios de haber pasado por intensas rondas incluyan una cierta tendencia a hablar sin casi tomar pausas, de hecho somos criaturas que respiramos por sobre el nivel del mar. Pero en todo caso la referencia sí nos permite darle un marco de interpretación a esa interrogación que tácita e implícitamente atravesó esas conversaciones y reuniones que al comienzo de este año nos encontraron juntos en torno a una misma pregunta. ¿Qué es eso? Debate. No sería suficiente con solo reponer reglas de un formato, era algo más lo que ahora nos convocaba. Había que justamente desnaturalizar lo conocido si queríamos afinar nuestro diagnóstico para el año que comenzaba. ¿Qué era esto que ahora habíamos decidido coordinar como asociación? ¿Hacia qué estarían orientados nuestros esfuerzos de allí en adelante? Entre la disimulada ingenuidad y una forzada profundidad parece una pregunta inconducente, forzada en el mejor caso. Sin embargo, para nosotros es una duda necesaria. Arriesgar por lo menos cómo contestar las diferencias entre un tipo y otro de asociación. Decirnos el debate es, o bien consiste por el contrario en, implica definir todo un programa de ideas y actividades, un grupo de personas con quien colaborar, una forma de relacionarnos, una manera de revisar errores y ratificar aciertos. En cada respuesta se juegan estas variaciones que son, finalmente, formas de habitar esos espacios y encuentros para los que como oradores, entrenadores o jueces decidimos trabajar. Este año ha sido de principio a fin, en todas sus iniciativas, una respuesta sostenida y tentativa a esa pregunta: ¿qué es el debate? En cada moción, ronda, festival, touchpoint, material escrito, encuentro internacional, entrenamiento para el mundial, en detalles como nuestro renovado diseño en redes, los regalos que preparamos y hasta en lo que aún no hemos llevado adelante, encarnamos lo que tentativamente hemos acordado en decirles a ustedes que al día de hoy entendemos por ese juego tan único que nos reúne a todos aquí. Puesto en signos como estas palabras, lo que quisimos comunicar en este año, que hoy formalmente cerramos, es que pensamos el debate como un lugar de encuentro, entre personas dispuestas a compartir entre ellas, como una dádiva disimulada en argumentos trenzados, la generosidad de una atención y unas ideas pródigas en reconocerle a un otro la potencia de un acto con y contra el cual se vuelve posible no uno de los ropajes impostores que rechazamos, la opinión infundada, la polémica espectacular, la lengua gárrula del charlatán, sino el ejercicio crítico y respetuoso, munificente y curioso que sí reivindicamos. El acto en cuestión es el del pensamiento traspuesto en retórica, el cual, si por un momento nos permitimos creer que pensar es pensar con otros, presupone al final o al comienzo una idea posible de comunidad. No hace mucho, conversando con alguien de esta misma comunidad, nos preguntamos cuál podía ser la razón para la merma en la cantidad de alumnos en los talleres de debate de apenas algunos casos que conocíamos de cerca. Casos puntuales, ni siquiera representativos, pero dignos igual de ser advertidos y analizados. Entre nosotros nos dijimos que acaso podía deberse a que notábamos una cierta apatía, un desinterés abúlico hacia los temas que un debate en todo el espectro de sus posibilidades convoca. Más allá de cuánto pueda acercarse esa explicación a la verdad, sí creímos dar con algo que anidaba en ese razonamiento. Debatir sería entonces, casi esencialmente, una forma de la esperanza. ¿Esperanza en qué exactamente? En que la disidencia no impide el entendimiento mutuo entre personas, que es necesario escuchar para poder sostener una discusión, que la diferencia no clausura, sino que le da perspectiva a nuestras constituyentes presunciones y convicciones, que existe otra manera de relacionarnos que no esté signada ni por el vilipendio ni el denuesto, que la pregunta por la verdad no ha desaparecido del todo, que más allá del contenido que cada uno le dé en la ficción de un debate escolar o en nuestras vidas por fuera de ella, hay un futuro por el que vale la pena pensar. Si a decir de Wittgenstein los límites de nuestro lenguaje suponen los de nuestro mundo, nos gustaría creer que todos estos intentos nuestros en 2024 contribuyeron humildemente en algo a expandir uno y otro, a creer posible que en el acto de hablar, en el lenguaje, acontece en simultáneo una disputa por un horizonte de posibilidades del mundo. Hoy esperamos que en este año algo de todas esas combinadas respuestas haya llegado hasta ustedes y que también hayamos sido capaces de hacerles saber que tenemos mucho amor por esta actividad, que esa emoción, como recuerdo y vivencia presente, justifica lo que hacemos. Debatir nos ha hecho superar miedos, divertirnos, profundizar con ferviente regocijo en temas y textos, conocer partes del país y del mundo, y en especial nos ha dado amistades, como las que mantenemos entre nosotros y tantos otros que son parte de esta asociación. Tenemos muchos desafíos por delante y no podemos decirnos con completa seguridad qué nos espera solamente en 2025. Entre otras cosas porque queremos que la inspiración de aquellos que nos precedieron en este lugar también nos lleve hacia propuestas inéditas, además de mantener aquellas que por otro lado siguen atrayendo nuevos y viejos conocidos entre nuestras 6 regiones en el país. Confiamos al menos que aquel amor sea un rumor continuo y obcecado, no cetrino sino feliz, un amor que podamos evocar entre todos cada vez que lo necesitemos para ayudarnos a esbozar un arabesco en torno a ese hueco que deja una pregunta lanzada como una invitación para seguir pensando juntos, sin fijarlo ni olvidándonos, cómo podemos verlo en renomada continuidad el debate en Argentina. Este discurso fue escrito en Times New Roman. Muchas gracias.
Bueno, les agradecemos por todo y ya pueden salir. Nos vemos el año que viene.
Gracias, Marcela. Ahí, Marcela, te vemos en Zoom. Gracias.
Muchas gracias. Gracias a ustedes por invitarnos y por la mención.